The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields,
Excused.
Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Senator Gonzalez,
Excused.
Hansen, Hinrichsen, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker. Thank you. Liston,
Matt Kolker.
Lundin, Senator Lundin, Lundin.
Absent.
Marchman, Senator Marchman, Michelson Janae, Mullica, Senator Mullica,
Absent.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Senator Smallwood,
Excused.
Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Gonzalez, Mr. President, forgive me, Senator Lundin.
There is no order in the universe. All is random.
Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 32 present, 1 absent, 2 excused. We do have a quorum. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that we suspend Senate Rule 1B to allow someone other than a senator to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
You have heard the motion. This does require a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Rule 1B will be suspended to allow someone other than a senator to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Members, let's welcome our favorite Kolker. Senator Kolker's 7-year-old daughter, Caroline, to the Senate chamber. She's in 2nd grade and is here to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. She has been practicing all week. Approval of the journal, Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of April 18th, 2024 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 18, 2024. April 19, 2024, Kirkland Gross, Senate Bill 72, 113, 121, 139, 143, 167, 174, and 190, Senate Joint Resolution 17. Craigly Green-Gross, Senate Bill 194, Craigly Revised, House Bills 1021 and 1130, Craigly Revised, House Bills 1136 and 1258, Craigly Enrolled, Senate Bill 81.
Committee reports.
April 18, 2024, Committee on Local Government and Housing, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1383 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1233 be amended as follows and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Committee on Business, Labor, and Technology, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 186 be amended as follows and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1329 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 196 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Finance, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1105 be referred favorably to the Committee on Appropriations. Senate Bill 181 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Committee on State Veterans and Military Affairs, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 203 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1147 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1111 be referred favorably to the Committee on Finance. The committee has had under consideration and has had a hearing on the following appointments and recommends that the appointment be placed on the consent calendar and confirmed member of the Colorado Board of Veterans Affairs for a term expiring June 30, 2027, Lacey Galanka of Castle Rock, Colorado, unaffiliated, and a veteran who has been honorably released or separated from the armed forces of the United States reappointed, Howard Richards Sr. of Ignacio, Colorado, a Democrat, and a veteran who has been honorably released or separated from the armed forces of the United States occasioned by the resignation of Frederick Korb II of Parker, Colorado, appointed. Health and Human Services, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 191 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1176 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 200 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 202 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1028 be postponed indefinitely. Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1362 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation to be placed on the consent calendar. As corrected, April 11, 2024, after consideration of the merits, the committee recommends the following. Senate Bill 127 be amended as follows, and is so amended be referred to the Committee on Finance with favorable recommendation.
Message from the House.
April 18, 2024, Mr. President, the House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1390 and House Bill 1410. It's printed in the House Journal, April 17, 2024, and is repassed the bills as amended. The House has adopted the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1422. It's printed in House Journal, April 16, 2024, and is repassed the bill as amended.
Yes.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for moments of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Coleman. Senator Will.
Ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Please, I'd ask for a moment of personal privilege, please.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have some great people here in the Senate floor with us today that we want to give a tribute to, and I'd like to read it. The Senate of the Colorado Legislature, convened in the second regular session of the 74th General Assembly, hereby extends the heartiest congratulations and condemnation to the Colorado State Capitol custodian staff. We want to extend a heartfelt appreciation to our incredible Colorado State Capitol custodial staff. You're the unsung heroes who keep our environment clean, safe, and inviting. Your work is vital and highly valued. This tribute is to let you know that the work you do is truly appreciated. Your dedication to preserving the beauty, cleanliness, and safety of this beautiful historic treasure is immeasurable. Thank you to each and every one of you for your work that you do every day, every single day. So from the good mornings you give us, the good nights, and for always being willing to lend a helping hand. Most importantly, thank you for your passion and commitment to the upkeep of our beautiful Colorado State Capitol. You have one of the most thankless jobs out there. Please know that you are valued, you're appreciated, and that you're a vital part of this Colorado State Capitol building. We are grateful for this amazing team. On request of Senators James Coleman and Perry Will, given this 19th day of April 2024, State Capitol of Denver, signed by President Steve Finberg.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Members, last year, the custodial manager, Kim Lopez, came to me and said, I think it would be amazing if we had an opportunity to recognize all the hard work that just goes without recognition. I think things we take for granted. I told them if they just decided next session for 1 week not to show up, we probably would be like, what the heck is going on? But that's one of the things that they do their job so well that sometimes it goes unrecognized. And so I wanted to first and foremost recognize Kim Lopez and ask her to please stand. Yeah. She's given that look because she doesn't actually want to be recognized. But your custodial team wouldn't be recognized today without you. So please remain standing, and we have a tribute here to give you as well. I'd like to also ask April Martinez to stand. April is a day shift supervisor. We also have Maria Cortez. Tien Cook. All right, do we have Davina Muniz? There we go. And also Jason Paulo Lacosta. The folks who were not able to attend who were on the night shift, which is why they're not here, because they just got off of work, but we want to make sure we recognize Ralston Gao, who is a night shift supervisor, Jose Fernandez, Deborah Cortez, Travis Smith, Bruce Hatcher, Jessica Henderson, and Dalton Dickerson. We have a tribute, Kim, for you to be able to give to them. But we just want to say thank you all. Are we coming?
He's coming.
Oh, we got you, brother. We want to say thank you all for the amazing work that you do every single day, and thank you for standing here and being recognized. Let's give them all one more round of applause. Yeah. Now, the Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the second regular session of the 74th General Assembly hereby extends heartiest congratulations and commendation to Chris Martinez.
Yeah.
Chris is kind of a celebrity around here at the state capitol. He is very well known and very well liked and appreciated by all the tenants that he serves in this building. And throughout his tenure here at the Colorado State Capitol, he has stood out as an employee who has never wavered in his commitment to excellence. We admire his strong work ethic and the joy he brings to people he comes in contact with every day. Chris, thank you for giving your 100% over the past 2 decades. We are pleased, We are pleased to honor your achievement with this tribute as a symbol of our appreciation for your dedicated 20 years of service and the hard work you put into the upkeep and safety of the Colorado State Capitol building. Happy 20-year work anniversary, Chris. We are proud to have such an enthusiastic, positive, and kind-hearted employee working alongside us at the request, quite frankly, of all of us, given this 19th day of April 2024 State Capitol, signed by President Steve Finberg. Let's give Chris a round of applause.
Yeah.
I just got to say I love your music, brother. When you play that early in the morning to get you going. I love how you have instilled fear in all of us for touching the brass. I never lay hands on it. It's usually like an elbow, and I try to wipe it off. No, but just your joy and the way you come in and you make everybody, through the tough times and the hard work that we do, really excited. So thank you, and thank you all for being here today. We really appreciate your service.
Thank you, and you're all true friends.
Thank you so much, members, for bringing those amazing tributes. Let's stand in a brief recess to greet and thank our amazing custodial team. The Senate will stand in a brief recess. The Senate will come back to order. Committee reports.
April 19, 2024, Committee on Appropriations. After consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1079 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1149 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1252 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1255 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1276 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. House Bill 1319 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 32 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 47 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 48 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 59 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 117 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 146 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 149 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 162 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 168 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation. Senate Bill 175 be amended as follows, and as so amended, be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with the recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar. Senate Bill 199 be referred to the Committee of the Whole with favorable recommendation and with a recommendation that it be placed on the consent calendar.
Introduction of bills. We had some last night that we did.
Senate Bill 211 by Senator Hinrichsen concerning adjustments to the necessary document program administered by the Office of Health Equity in the Department of Public Health and Environment.
Health and Human Services.
House Bill 1099 by Representatives Lindsay and Soper and Senators Buckner and Pelton B. concerning procedural requirements in evictions and in connection therewith, prohibiting certain fees for a defendant, directing courts to serve certain documents on a defendant's behalf, and making an appropriation.
Judiciary.
House Bill 1235 by Representatives Brown and Byrd and Senators Fenberg and Zenzinger, considering measures to reduce the impact of aviation on surrounding communities and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Finance.
House Bill 1336 by Representatives Parenti and Weinberg and Senators Rodriguez and Piola concerning the deployment of broadband through grants administered by the Colorado Broadband Office and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Finance. Members, let's give a round of applause for Senator Malika for coming into work today. And will the clerk please add Senator Malika to the roll? Third reading of bills, consent calendar. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills, which is just one, on the consent calendar?
House Bill 1130 by Representatives Daugherty and Lynch and Senators Lundin and Hansen concerning protecting the privacy of an individual's biometric data.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of the bill on third reading of bills, final passage consent calendar, which is House Bill 1130.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of House Bill 1130 on third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1130 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Hinrichsen, Michelson Janae, Van Winkle, Will, Cutter, Priola, Buckner. Bridges, Baisley, Gardner, Pelton B, Janal, Gonzalez, third reading of bills, final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1021?
House Bill 1021 by Representative Lindsay and Senators Winter and Priola concerning the training of individuals to drive motor vehicles.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for third reading and final passage, House Bill 1021.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1021. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Will, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Kirkmeyer. With a vote of 22 ayes, 11 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1021 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Exum, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 72?
Senate Bill 72 by Senator Gonzalez and Representatives Rudinell and Brown, concerning provisions to ensure that confined eligible electors at a county jail or detention center may vote and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 72 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 72. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Zenzinger. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1021 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Coleman,
You gotta read this. Don't look at the screen. Hurry, hurry.
Go sit down.
Just don't say what Russell said. That's right. That's not right.
Members, because none of you were listening, we are going to have to take another vote on Senate Bill 72. Might as well. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 72?
Senate Bill 72 by Senator Gonzalez and Representative Allen Brown, concerning provisions to ensure that confined eligible electors at a county jail or detention center may vote, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. So nice, let's do it twice. I move Senate Bill 72 on third reading and final passage, and I ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 72. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Zenzinger. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 72 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Coleman, Bridges, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Priola, Winter. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 113?
Senate Bill 113 by Senators Coleman and Exum and Representatives Joseph and Wilford, concerning measures to make youth sports safer and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We move Senate Bill 113 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 113. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Will, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 22 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 113 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Hansen, Marchman, Winter, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Priola, Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Sullivan, Colker, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Bridges, please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 121?
Senate Bill 121 by Senators Pelton R. and Roberts and Representative Young, concerning the creation of a separate health facility license for critical access hospitals and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 121 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 121. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 121 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Jaquez Lewis, Zenzinger, Janal, Marchman, Buckner, Van Winkle, Will, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Pelton B, Simpson, Liston, Mullica, Exum. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 139?
Senate Bill 139 by Senator Gonzalez and Representatives Kennedy and Linstead, concerning the creation of the 911 Services Enterprise and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 24-139 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 139. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson, Mulliga, Colker, Bridges, with a vote of 19 ayes, 14 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 139 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Cutter, Michelson, Janae, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Coleman, will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 174?
Senate Bill 174 by Senators Kirkmeyer and Zenzinger and Representative Byrd concerning state support for sustainable affordable housing and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 24-174 on third and final reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 174. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle. With a vote of 32 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 174 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Roberts, Will, Hanson, Bridges, Priola, Buckner, Michelson, Janae, Coleman, Mullica. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 143?
Senate Bill 143 by Senators Coleman and Zenzinger and Representatives Harrod and Hamrick concerning credential assessment tools and in connection therewith integrating frameworks for non-degree credential evaluation and classification into state education and workforce systems, aligning stackable credential pathways and apprenticeship programs with international classification standards, and making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 143 on third reading and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 143. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Pelton R. With a vote of 30 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 143 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Mullica, Bridges, Janal, Marchman, Sullivan, Priola, Jaquez Lewis, Buckner, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, Henriksen, Winter. Oh. Please have the president. And Senator Gonzalez. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 167?
Senate Bill 167 by Senators Janal and Smallwood and Representative McCormick concerning portable requirements for direct care healthcare workers in assisted living residences and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 167 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 167. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, And Senator Will is a no vote. With a vote of 30 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent to excuse, Senate Bill 167 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Zenzinger, Priola, Buckner, Mullica. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 190?
Senate Bill 190 by Senator Roberts and Representative Lukens and McCluskey concerning economic measures related to coal transition communities and in connection therewith creating an income tax credit for qualified costs incurred in the use of certain freight rail lines, creating an income tax credit for qualified costs incurred in the maintenance, operation, and improvement of certain rail lines, expanding the Rural Opportunity Office's duties in relation to coal transition communities, allowing coal transition communities to qualify as enterprise zones and enhanced rural enterprise zones, restricting the length of contracts that allow use of the Moffett Tunnel, restricting the ability to purchase real property interests of the Moffett Tunnel Improvement District, and making an appropriation.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 190 on third reading and final passage and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 190. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Minority Leader Lundin, with a vote of 30 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent to excuse, Senate Bill 190 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Bridges, Priola, Winter, Buckner, Cutter, Exum, Janal, Simpson, Hanson, Will, Michelson Janae. Please add the president. And Senator Marchman. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 167.
The motion is for the reconsideration of Senate Bill 167. And we will find out who messed up shortly, probably. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 167?
Senate Bill 167 by Senators Janal and Smallwood and Representative McCormick concerning portable requirements for direct care healthcare workers in assisted living residences and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 167 on third reading and hopefully final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 167. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley,
Perry wanted to be a yes. He was a no.
with a vote of 31 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, Senate Bill 167 is passed, and this time with Perry Will as a yes vote. Co-sponsors. Senator Will. If you're on it, you're on it. If you already were on it, you're still on it. But I'll add Senator Zenzinger and Bridges again. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. We will soon be going into second order, second reading of special order second reading of bills consent calendar. Just to make an announcement from our general calendar, Senate Bill 204 will be on that bill, and House Bill 1266 was requested to be removed, and it will be on the end of the calendar, well, on the calendar for seconds.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
And on that note, Mr. President, I move the Senate take up Senate Bill 204, House Bill 1255, House Bill 1276, Senate Bill 175, and Senate Bill 199 on special orders consent calendar at the hour of 10:01.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bill 204, House Bill 1255, House Bill 1276, Senate Bill 175, and Senate Bill 199 on special orders consent at the hour of 10:01 a.m. This does require a two-thirds vote. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The Senate will now take up those bills on special orders consent at the hour of 10:02 a.m. Special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the special order, second reading of bills, consent calendar, and Senator Marchman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order and the court rule is relaxed. Will the clerk please read the title of all the bills on the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar?
Senate Bill 204 by Senators Janal and Rich and Representatives Brandley and McLaughlin concerning technical revisions to the procurement code. House Bill 1255 by Representatives Bradfield and Garcia and Senator Buckner concerning the continuation of the Colorado State Advisory Council for Parent Involvement in Education and in connection therewith implementing the recommendation contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation. House Bill 1276 by Representatives Young and Bradfield and Senators Zenzinger and Lundin concerning the continuation of the Colorado Commission for the Deaf, Hard of Hearing, and Deafblind and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2023 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation. Senate Bill 175 by Senators Fields and Buckner and Representative McLaughlin concerning measures to improve perinatal health outcomes. Senate Bill 199 by Senators Roberts and Will and Representatives McCormick and Catlin concerning appropriation for species conservation trust fund projects.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move for passage of all the bills on special order, second reading of bills consent calendar, which and this associated committee reports, which are Senate Bill 204, House Bill 1255, House Bill 1276, and the Finance and Appropriations Report, Senate Bill 175, the Health and Human Services and the Appropriations Report, and Senate Bill 199.
Is there any discussion on the committee reports? The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on the special orders, second reading of bills, consent calendar. All those in favor say, one moment, please. One moment, please. The motion before the body is the adoption of all the committee reports on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee reports are adopted. Is there a discussion on any of the bills on the consent calendar? Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'd like to speak about 1255. I'd like to have it removed from the consent calendar for this reason. The Colorado State Advisory Council for Parent Involvement in Education consists of, according to this, will consist of the following members: 2 persons appointed by the Executive Director of the Department of Higher Education, a representative of the Department of Human Services appointed by the Executive Director of the Department of Human Services, and a representative of the Department of Early Childhood appointed by the Executive Director of the Department of Early Childhood. So this is the intent of Advisory Council for the Parent Involvement in Education. And if there are any parents involved, it would be mere coincidence because the members appointed to this council do not intentionally say we would have parents involved in this council. So thereby, I find this not a well-rounded, well-staffed advisory committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of all the bills on the special orders second reading of bills consent calendar. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bills are adopted. Except for 1255, which has been removed from consent. Is that what? Senatorial 5. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I withdraw my motion to pull House Bill 1255 from the consent calendar.
The motion is to ignore the motion that was made before about 1255 on consent. It is on consent. Do we need to vote on it again? We've already voted on it. Okay, very good. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rise and report.
Great. The motion is for the committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. The committee will rise and report.
Senate will come to order. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the reports?
April 19, 2024, Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof. It makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 204, Senate Bill 175 is amended, Senate Bill 199 passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1255 and 1276 as amended, passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the report.
The motion is the adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 204, Senate Bill 175 is amended, Senate Bill 199 passed in second reading, order engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1255 and 1276 is amended, passed in second reading, order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. General orders, second reading of bills. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general orders, second reading of bills, and Senator Marchman will take the chair.
The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed. Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we proceed out of order to take up House Bill 1266.
The motion is to take up House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. We will take up House Bill 1266. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1266?
House Bill 1266 by Representatives Hamrick and Frizzell and Senator Zenzinger concerning the relocation of utility facilities in a local government right-of-way.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1266 and the local government
And
committee report.
to the committee report.
In committee, we made a number of amendments that we came to after rigorous conversations with multiple stakeholders, and I encourage your aye vote.
Discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the local government and housing report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that report is adopted. There is an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk please read L6?
L6, amend the local government and housing committee
Senator
report.
Zenzinger.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Members, this is a correction to one of the amendments that were adopted in committee. There was 2 words that we needed to add, or 2 lines rather. We needed to add with a utility company, and then we needed to substitute out for road improvement projects. I ask for your aye vote.
Thank you, Senator. Would you please move L006?
My apologies, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L006.
Is there any discussion on L006? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 6. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. To the bill, Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this is a quite simple bill. It was unanimous in the House and unanimous in committee. It took a very interesting journey, but I would ask for your aye vote on this.
Senator Kirkmeyer. There is an amendment at the desk. Will Mr. Hubler please read L007?
L007, amend
Senator
redress-
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. And yes, I have an amendment. I move L007.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this is a strike below, everything below the enacting clause. I realize that this bill came out of committee by unanimous vote. I went in that committee. So I want to do a strike below that moves everything back to its original version. Oh, wait a second. That's the wrong amendment. Let me get back here. I was reading the next amendment that I'm thinking about. No, I'm still on L07. I was just thinking about the next amendment I might be proposing. Just a thought. But anyways, actually, this one is to a strike below as well. And this amendment does, is a strike below and does this. Section 1 would read as follows. Special plates, 42-3-270, special plates, the Eric Bergman commemorative license plate. Beginning on January 1, 2025, or when the department is able to issue plates, because who knows when that will be, the department shall issue special license plates in accordance with this section for motorcycles, passenger cars, trucks, non-commercial, or recreational motor vehicles that do not exceed 16,000 pounds empty weight. There will be established the Eric Bergman license plate in honor of his 25 years of working with local governments and lobbying at the Capitol. At least I think that's what he's been doing, is lobbying at the Capitol. Yeah, there are mixed results as to whether or not he's actually been lobbying or just leaning on the rail. The department shall design the special license plate with input from local governments. I don't know why we need local government input, but members of the General Assembly and other fans, which there are at least 2, for Eric Bergman. A person may apply for an Eric Bergman license plate if the person pays the taxes and fees required for regular motor vehicle license plates, except that Eric Bergman may receive an Eric Bergman license plate without paying any taxes or fees. This amendment, members, creates the Eric Bergman license plates in honor of his 25 years of working with local governments and lobbying at the Capitol. This plate design incorporates, as you can see, many of the issues Mr. Bergman has worked on and recognizes his celebrity status here at the Capitol. I'd invite him in on the floor, but he's been being a pretend lobbyist for 25 years, and we all know they can't even come on the floor. In recent years, Mr. Bergman was featured in a video on psychedelic mushrooms and his big pockets full of dark money. His years at CCI have seen many highs, but mostly lows, where commissioners have come and gone and moved into the legislature. That would be a high for him. Mr. Bergman is the go-to policy expert on all things, not necessarily county business, but on all things from pot to shrooms to right-of-way fights with Excel to broadband and, of course, to beer. If you've ever seen his posts on his Twitter account, he has lots of pictures of him drinking beer, so he's the go-to expert. Yes, Mr. Bergman bleeds Colorado green, and under Governor Owens, he served as the director of the Cubicle of Smart Growth. I was proud to be his boss for a number of years, and I tried to get rid of him several times, but he just would not go. And I told him he had to take his angel collection with him, and he still wouldn't go. Mr. Bergman was perpetually late to meetings despite the distance. He doesn't live that far from the Department of Local Affairs on 13th and Sherman. Despite the difference, despite the speed limit, despite driving on train platforms for the train, not your car, not the state's car, or getting stopped by the state patrol. After session, Mr. Bergman will be departing the Lobby Corps and CCI. I heard they had a celebratory party for that, by the way. And CCI to return to working at the Department of Local Affairs, where he will be expanding the Cubicle of Smart Growth to head up the Division of Local Government. There is no one more deserving of a new Colorado license plate than Eric Bergman. Well, I think I got that sentence wrong. There are several people that are probably more deserving of a new license plate than Eric Bergman, but what the heck? He's not going to be here that much longer, and I don't have that many more days to make fun of him. So anyways, for Mr. Dark Money Bergman, I ask for an aye vote on L007.
Senator Pelton, B.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and as somebody who has worked around Eric Bergman for at least 6 years, the painful experience I can't go into right now of working with him. But there's something that we're missing on the license plate that maybe we can add later, and it says, you know, besides the dark money, because that's a huge issue with Mr. Bergman, but it's time to make the chimichangas needs to go across the top of it as well, because he's a big Deadpool fan as well. So I think that needs to be added. But we're going to miss you, Eric. So thank you very much, and we appreciate you.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I encourage a yes vote on this lovely license plate, because why would you not want to drive around with a picture of Eric Bergman on your car? It just simply makes sense. We called him the Bergman, like he was a superhero when he flew into committee to provide testimony, and really was a superhero here every single day, because regardless of what was going on or how upset people were or where tempers were, Eric Bergman always brought humor and jokes and donuts and hugs, and elevated this building to be full of goodness and laughter, and we will sincerely miss you.
Senator Pelton, R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, I've only voted on one license plate bill, and this is an amendment, so I can probably vote for this. I've known Eric for over 10 years. Don't know that I've ever got, you know, a straight sentence out of him. It's always, you know, got a little comedy to it and stuff. And, you know, this might be a license plate to give up my state license plate for. So with that, I urge a yes vote on this amendment.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I had planned on a lengthy discussion of another license plate bill this morning, but would do a long history of Eric Bergman, as we have some history, and mostly good. But when I went on Wikipedia, I didn't find that much, because obviously they don't know about all the dark money secrets. Eric, we're going to miss you. Thank you very much.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, after working the crowd here, trying to make sure that I get enough votes, I came up with as many people that are probably going to buy this license plate said they would vote yes on this amendment. So that would be 0. So I can't find anybody who wants to vote for this amendment. I can't find anybody who thinks they'll even buy this amendment. So after conferring with the bill sponsor and several other members in the chamber, I withdraw my motion, L007, with regret, because we will miss Eric down at the Capitol here. You know, I have to tell you a story. When I was a county commissioner, and I would be coming to testify on a bill at the Capitol, and Eric would call me at last minute, like, we need you to come over here. So I'd have to run down here, because we'd be in committee or something, and I'd have to run down here to you know, witness and testify on a bill. And before I would walk into the committee, I'd look at Eric and he'd say, your hair's good, you're good. And I'm like, thank you, Eric. Thank you so much for telling me that my hair looked good. But I appreciate that. And in all sincerity, Eric, we are going to miss you down here. I hope you all the best of luck at DOLA. I hope they don't fire you every day like, you know, the former director Beasley would do. And I hope you do well there. And I look forward to having arguments with you in a different capacity now as we move forward on affordable housing, energy and mineral impact grants, water, sewer, all sorts of other things that might come up that might affect what you're doing at the Department of Local Affairs. Good luck from all of us.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I just want to renew my motion on House Bill 1266. House Bill 1266 was unanimous in the House. And when it came over here, it blew up. Various stakeholders retracted their support. We had several issues that we had to work through. Literally, we had 15 requests to amend this bill. And we were on many different people on opposing sides. And it is only through the good work of Mr. Bergman, as well as the local governments and Excel and a number of people that came together to work through those issues, that it came out of committee once more unanimous. And I don't want to gloss over that, because the work that was done to bring people together to talk about this policy and to make this bill work is a real testament to the hard work of many people. So with that, for his last bill down here at the Capitol, I encourage an aye vote, not only for the hard work, but then also for the policy that he promoted in working together collaboratively. So with that, thank you.
The motion is the adoption of House Bill 1266. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Will the clerk please, gavel. Will the clerk please read the title to HB 1121? Are we doing that one? Majority Leader Rodriguez. Are you doing this?
Madam Chair, I request a senatorial 5.
Senatorial 5. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1348?
House Bill 1348 by Representatives Velasco and Garcia and Senators Huckes, Lewis, and Fields, concerning a requirement to securely store a firearm in a vehicle.
Senator Huckes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1348 and the accompanying State Affairs Committee report.
To the committee reports.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the committee, in State Affairs, we cleaned up the definition of peace officer, and we added peace officer to be able to be exempt from the storage requirements.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of the State Veterans and Military Affairs report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Huckes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read L055?
L55 amendment.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L055.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L55 does 3 things. It clarifies that in all cases where a firearm is stored in a vehicle, the vehicle must be locked. It specifies that a locked center console or locked glove compartment is an acceptable storage container for the purposes of the bill. And it removes the requirement that a long gun be out of view. And I ask for your support of L55.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a friendly amendment. This is part of our stakeholding negotiation, and we urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this may actually, looks to be a very good amendment. It may actually relieve one of the issues I had with the bill. And I want to clarify, in fact, that it does, because I do know one issue, one issue with it is the location of it, which is out of reach, but another issue is I've never actually driven a Tesla. I don't own a Tesla, but I do know in a Tesla, and maybe we have some legislators here that do. Where is he? It's the one from North Glen Thornton. But anyhow, okay. Well, I do know in a Tesla, it's not actually a key that goes into a lockbox. It's actually a pin, and it's incredibly secure. So is there room under this amendment for that sort of situation?
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To my colleague asking the question about Tesla, my spouse actually drives a Tesla, and it is locked. You have to push a button, and until you push that button, it is locked, and yes, that would qualify.
Further discussion on the amendment. Senator Van Winkle.
Okay, well, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the bill sponsor for this amendment, because that was a big issue that I had with the bill, and appreciate that.
Senator Will. On Amendment L055.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just need some clarification on this. If it's just a factory console, factory glove box that is locked, you're okay. Okay. Thank you. And then, and how was the recreational vehicle defined again? Clarification on recreational vehicle.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the good senator from the Western Slope. Give me a second to pull up the exact definition, because we took from existing statute of definition of a recreational vehicle. So please bear with me momentarily to pull up that exact reference. Recreational vehicle means, oops, I just lost it. A vehicle designed to be used primarily as temporary living quarters for recreational, camping, travel, or seasonal use that either has its own motor power or is mounted on or towed by another vehicle. Recreational vehicle includes camping trailers, fifth-wheel trailers, motorhomes, travel trailers, multi-purpose trailers, and truck campers.
Senator Will.
And thank you. I want to thank the bill sponsors because I was wondering about like a living quarter horse trailer. So if it's towed by another vehicle, then that under your definition that would apply. So that was part of my question. So I actually on center consoles and those type of things, I've always had, in most of my vehicles, I've had a Tuffy box or a locker box, and they look just like your console and your pickup. And they are designed as gun safes in a vehicle, but the way the bill was written originally, that they would not have been covered. So I thank you for this amendment.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we've worked very hard to try to take into concern many of the folks that work in Park and Rec and recreational, and I'm hoping that these amendments will get you to a yes.
The motion is the adoption of, Senator Van Winkle, to Amendment L055.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this may be a completely separate issue. It may be taken care of by the amendment, or it may not be taken care of by the amendment. But I do know, like in a truck or an SUV, and let me just give you the picture I have here. It doesn't have an actual trunk. It has like a back hatch area. And then what a lot of people do is they'll take their lockbox and physically use like a strong cable cord to lock it into place in the back. Is that covered by this amendment, or might that be not covered by the amendment, or it might be something we could talk about?
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't know the ins and outs of this Value Tech Life Pod case, but if the case itself locks, then this would qualify.
Senator Henriksen.
And I do want to add a clarification. So I know that those following along on television can't see this, but I saw the picture provided by the good senator from Highlands Ranch. That container would qualify. And as to the picture, without seeing more of the compartment, it may not, because it would still require that container to be placed for a handgun out of plain view. So that is still a requirement under this, to be clear. And so I can't, not seeing the rest of the vehicle in this picture, I can't clarify on that, but if it's out of plain view, the other elements of the container do meet the criteria.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Senator Henriksen for bringing this amendment. Question for him or for the bill sponsor. Can you walk me through how the plain view requirement applies to long guns and how this is, because I believe in conversations I've had that this amendment will make it so that long guns aren't part of the plain view restriction, that they can't, if they're in a container, they can be within plain view, but I'm just not really seeing it in the amendment.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator. That's a great question. This does exempt long guns from the plain view piece of the law or legislation.
Okay. Any further discussion on L055? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Amendment 55. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and L55 is adopted. To the bill, Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And colleagues, thank you for that work, very important towards this policy. And I want to acknowledge, before we begin the discussion of HB 1348, this very important piece of legislation, that tomorrow we will remember the 12 students and one teacher who were lost 25 years ago at the massacre at Columbine High School. And we hope that the work that we do today in this chamber will honor them as we strive to pass policy that will hopefully prevent the loss of life from firearms. House Bill 1348 addresses the fact that guns are frequently stolen from vehicles. And we know that stolen guns are more likely to be used in acts of violence. In fact, the General Assembly and our Capitol grounds are no stranger to firearm theft from vehicles. At the very beginning of last session, multiple guns were stolen from an unlocked legislator's vehicle right here at the Capitol Circle. So with stolen guns on the street, we're no longer able to account for who is getting their hands on firearms. Firearm theft from vehicles puts the public at risk. And of course, it is a big problem for gun owners themselves. This policy will help law-abiding gun owners keep their guns. The bill gives extra protections to make it harder to steal guns from vehicles. And the majority of Coloradans want us to do something about lost or stolen firearms. We must keep firearms safe because firearm injuries are the leading cause of death among children and teens ages 1 through 19. Let me repeat this fact because it's important. Firearm injuries are now the leading cause of death for children, according to the CDC. And we know from the Kaiser Family Foundation that states with more gun violence prevention laws have lower rates of child and teen firearm deaths than states with few gun laws. We know, colleagues, that House Bill 1348 will save lives. I believe that responsible, reasonable, safe gun ownership is possible, and this bill is a great example of that. So, colleagues, I urge an aye vote on House Bill 1348.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the sponsors of this bill, and I appreciate them working on that last amendment, especially with the storage there, and for maybe explaining the soft-sided and plain view portion of a long gun in a vehicle. But the discussion about a person or anyone holding a valid license for stuff, but or law enforcement or person, I would like to, in page 3 of the bill, I would like to run an amendment.
There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L062?
L62, amendment to gross bill, page 3.
Senator Will.
Yes, I move Amendment L062 to House Bill 1348.
To the amendment.
So what this amendment does is it talks about a retired law enforcement officer. There was things there's things in the bill about current officers and post-certified officers, et cetera. But I wanted to include a retired law enforcement officer, and that includes any officer who's a law enforcement officer in another state or who's been certified or otherwise accredited by a body in that state that certifies or otherwise accredits law enforcement officers. And that's a wide range of things. Remember a week or so ago, we were talking about just peace officers in the state of Colorado. But this one, I think, is because people that are trained, they're used to using firearms. Some of them have carried a firearm like myself for over 40 years. We don't need this type of legislation telling us about how to safely carry or store our firearms in a vehicle or where we're traveling or whatever we're doing. So what this amendment does is saying it excludes any retired law enforcement officer or any officer from another state that was certified in that state. And ask for an aye vote.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We certainly were concerned about making sure that peace officers can do their job. We did a lot of work with the sheriffs, and even my own police chief gave me some great advice. And so we already ran amendment, let me grab the number. We already ran Amendment 46 that actually incorporated peace officers to be exempt from this. So this amendment, L062, the issue that we have with it is it's about law enforcement officers from another state. We don't know the rules from another state. We don't know the requirements. We don't know the certification from another state. So this is probably not appropriate for this bill. Certainly we can have a discussion at another time about this, but I'm asking for a no on Amendment L062.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members, I rise in support of Amendment L062. I can appreciate, and certainly I'll let my good colleague from Garfield County come and speak more about this because he is well equipped to speak about the particulars. But to my knowledge, every law enforcement officer that I've met from out of state, and I've met them for years, different places, is that I've got to believe that other states, whether it's on the West Coast or the East Coast, the law enforcement officers are thoroughly trained. Safety. They know the rules and regulations that have been inculcated in their training, and the fact that they may have retired and moved here, they don't forget all of that and just cast it aside. So I have to believe that, say, this is a well-intentioned, well-reasoned amendment, and that we ought to show some reciprocity to good law enforcement officers from other states, which is what this is attempting to do. So I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L062.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, officers from other state have the, you know, same accredited stuff that we do in Colorado to be post-certified. And the other part of this is the bill reads that a peace officer acting within the scope of the officer's duties. And what I'm asking for is, yes, I agree with that 100%. Acting within their duties, that makes all kinds of sense. However, my amendment, L062, is asking for a retired law enforcement officer from Colorado or another state. So these are people that have carried firearms, used firearms in the execution of their duty for 30 to 40 years. And I'm saying, what I'm saying to you all is, those are responsible gun owners. Those are responsible people with a firearm, and they should be included in the bill. And I stand here before you as one of those people. I carried a sidearm and multiple long guns for over 40 years. And I'm here to tell you that retired officers like myself or others from within the state or outside the boundaries of the state from other states are responsible gun owners, and that's why I think this amendment makes all kinds of sense, and it makes the bill better, and it doesn't penalize so many of our good citizens of this state and other states that come here to visit. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Oh, Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you, and I appreciate this amendment before us, L62. It makes all kinds of sense. I think it just makes complete sense to me. It actually says in there that they must have been certified by their state government. And so these are law enforcement officers that are trusted, that are sworn to protect lives. They have retired, but they are still incredibly capable. It means they've been probably carrying a firearm on their hip or in their vehicle for 40 years, 30 years in the line of duty. And for them to come to Colorado, where we now have what I view as unconstitutional, but gun-free zones that cover entire almost city areas like Fort Collins and Boulder, they're told, okay, when you come to Colorado, you can't take your firearm out of your vehicle. You need to leave it there in the vehicle if you're going to go see someone on a college campus in Colorado. It seems entirely logical to me that we would allow this this amendment on the bill, so I appreciate it. Thank you to the good senator from Newcastle for bringing it, and I will be an aye vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of L062. I certainly agree with comments that have been made about the experience of a certified law enforcement officer. I doubt in another state they would not be certified if they weren't qualified to carry a sidearm. Plus, like our colleague from Newcastle, who is a retired officer, is also an instructor on how to handle gun safety. And now you're taking that right away from someone that is more than qualified to carry a sidearm. And I don't know. I can't understand why that would be a problem, and so I'm urging an aye vote.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm curious to how folks see this playing out. I've never been a certified law enforcement officer. I have spent an extraordinary amount of time, I have an extraordinary amount of experience with firearms from my time in the military. And I'm thinking through exactly how this would look in practicality. I don't have a concealed carry permit. I've just not felt the need to have one. But if I were to feel the need to carry a firearm, it would be predominantly, it would be on my person. While traveling in my vehicle, I could see it for the sake of comfort and practicality, being in a center console or a glove compartment, unlocked and accessible, which is legal under this bill because I'm in the vehicle in this scenario that we're talking about. And that upon parking and leaving the vehicle alone, it would either be secured, locked in a container, locked in that glove compartment, locked in that center console, or it would be holstered somewhere on my person. I don't see a scenario in which I would leave that firearm in the vehicle unsecured, which is specifically what we're talking about here. And I guess I'm curious, I don't think that a responsibly acting certified law enforcement official would do that. So I guess I'm curious how the good senator sees this playing out.
Senator Will.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that, Senator Hendrickson. You know, I'll address it a couple different ways, but you know, you can, what you said is have it accessible, it's on your console or in your glove box, or it can be on steering column type holster situations when you're driving a car. When you're exiting, that's what I'm saying. This is part of the frustration with some of these laws that we see them is that, so I pull up to a sensitive place. That just takes your argument away. So I don't carry it on my person. But then I can, and thanks to your amendment, I can lock it in the glove box or the center console. And I want to address a little bit from the good senator from Grand Junction said about retired officers, because this is very concerning to me. I wanted to apply to retired officers. And the good senator from Grand Junction spoke about, I carried a firearm for over 40 years, but I also taught firearm safety. I taught kids from about age 9 up, you know, and those kids have kids now. But I want to say, not one time of any student I ever taught firearm safety to has ever had a gun accident or incident or had been arrested or did anything wrong. There's hundreds and hundreds of students I've taught over the years. So that's just a side note from the comments from Senator from Grand Junction. But this means a lot to me, and I think in the argument from the good senator from Pueblo about I understand that, you know, we're allowing it in the console, we're allowing it in the glove box, and obviously we're going to allow it in the steering column, holster, whatever, however you want to do that. But then you pull up to, as we define sensitive spaces, then that comes into play. I have to put that gun in a locked area.
Senator Henriksen.
So thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that example to the good senator from Newcastle. And, you know, I agree broadly with that sensitive space argument. Regardless of my personal feelings on that bill, though, we have an option, which is, in such a scenario, the firearm must be left in a car because it can't be carried into that sensitive space. And so, I don't personally agree with that, but given that that's the reality, that the firearm has to be left in the car, the option we're talking about is leaving the firearm in the car unsecured or secured. And to me, in that scenario, where those are the only options are available, the only responsible choice is the secured option. And that is what I'm proposing as my reasoning for why we should reject this amendment.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I hear the opposition, but in reality, what this amendment does, the bill itself makes a victim of crime into a criminal. So a victim of crime is someone, they got their car broken into, they got things stolen, they got their personal items taken. Happens far too often, especially in the blocks surrounding this Capitol building. And it takes that victim of crime and turns them into a criminal with a $500 fine and civil infraction for being a victim of a crime. Now, what this amendment does is it makes one less person a potential criminal and a potential someone that has come to the state of Colorado. Let's say they're a Wyoming police officer or retired. In this case, it'd be a retired Wyoming police officer. They come to the state of Colorado, their car gets broken into, their stuff gets stolen, and then on top of it, we're hitting them as the state of Colorado with a fine and a penalty of $500 and a civil infraction. So then that victim who came to the city and county of Denver is essentially victimized twice. One, they're victimized because they were a victim of crime and a theft, and then they're victimized by the state of Colorado and being punished with a $500 fine and a civil infraction. So what this bill amendment does is it just takes one less person eligible for re-victimization. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Highlands Ranch. I started off in opposition to this bill, and I really, really appreciate the work that the sponsors have done because they have addressed, I think, every concern that I could ever think of with this bill and made it a good bill. There is something to be said about victimization of somebody who has their firearms taken. There was also a bill that I was strongly supportive of that started in the House that would make all firearm thefts a felony, and I support that. And I'm sorry that didn't get through. But there is also an element of responsibility that comes with firearm ownership and with carrying a firearm. We hear that all the time. We talk about responsible firearm owners. That is not a light or insignificant responsibility, and that is what we're talking about in this case. And to the good senator from Highlands Ranch, in the case that was given to him, that officer would be exempted from penalties if they reported the theft. If you have your firearms stolen from your vehicle under this bill, and you immediately report upon realization that your firearms have been stolen, you are exempted from the penalties of this bill.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate the good Senator from Pueblo's comments on that about responsible firearm ownership, because that's exactly what my amendment is asking for. Retired law enforcement officers, they're responsible firearm owners, and they know about the storage, everything else, and they'll be more likely to know the law as well. But thank you for those comments, because that's exactly what my amendment is to make those responsible retired law enforcement officers exempt out of this bill.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm glad that was brought up because there is a responsibility to carrying a firearm. When you're carrying a firearm, or maybe I'll just use myself as an example. If I'm carrying a firearm because I'm with my kids, with my family, and we're in a situation that I view could be dangerous, and so I'm almost always carrying and trained, and I keep up with, the practicing and the, hours and hours of work go into being able to, I know that I can defend my family if I need to, if something terrible were to happen at our church or something. But there is a responsibility to it, and I do know, like, for example, there's a state representative who serves in the Eastern Plains who made us all look very badly. Not the state rep who had their car broken into, just the one that foolishly was carrying his firearm in an unsafe manner, and it makes us all look bad. And us, the 99.9% of concealed carry holders who carry to protect our firearms see that kind of thing and are very upset by it. And I'm glad that was brought up. Thank you.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I want to emphasize, I think that the good senator from Newcastle, and I really appreciate the senator from Longmont bringing this bill. It is about safety and responsible ownership and responsible handling of firearms. And I just want to emphasize, if the good senator from Newcastle hasn't mentioned this really is meant to be a friendly amendment. I mean, he's hardly trying to gut your bill, which you're not necessarily saying that at all. I think that the good senator from Newcastle is trying to take your idea of and the bill's intent of safety, responsibility, proper handling, and so forth, and to take your bill and make it even better. And the very people that have trained and been around firearms all their lives and responsible ownership, there might be an example somewhere, but it's very, very few and far between where you have a person who is a trained law enforcement officer, whether they're in-state and especially from out of state, is not going to come into Colorado or give them the benefit of the doubt and suddenly be reckless and careless about the handling of their firearms. So I think the good senator is just trying to really add to your bill. And so with that in mind, once again, I would urge an aye vote on Amendment 062.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thanks for everyone speaking about this. I think we had a very good conversation about it. But my whole intent of this amendment is I don't want to make, good law-abiding citizens criminals out of this bill. So I'm asking to please vote yes on 062 so these retired officers don't become criminals because of some legislation that may or may not pass in this state. So ask for an aye vote on L062.
Further discussion on L062? Seeing none. Division has been called. A division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion is the adoption of L062. All those in favor, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The chair is not in doubt. The motion for the adoption of L062 is lost. To the bill, Senator Roberts. There is an amendment at the desk. You're good. Will the clerk please read Amendment L064?
L64, amendment Gross
Senator
Bill.
Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L064.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, colleagues, looking forward to the discussion on this amendment. I think it's going to be an important one. I first will start my comments by acknowledging that I think the sponsors of this bill are working on a policy that makes sense in the theoretical level, that of course we don't want firearms stolen from vehicles. Stolen firearms lead to more crime, and it's often stolen firearms that are used in the commission of crimes that involve a firearm and not legally owned ones. But I have a conceptual issue with this bill in that the bill seeks to impose a civil infraction on those who are the victims of crime. The act of breaking into somebody's car, whether it's locked or unlocked, to steal an item of personal property from that vehicle is a crime. It's called theft. 184401. This bill, 1348, will impose a civil infraction on the person who has theft committed upon them, the victim of a crime. If the theft can be proven and charged by a district attorney, that person is going to become a victim in that criminal case. They are going to be subject to the Victim Rights Amendment. They are going to become part of the district attorney's communications that they have to do under the Victims' Rights Act. But they're also going to get now a civil infraction because they were the victim of a crime. Now, I believe, and this good senator from Longmont acknowledged that this is about responsible gun ownership, and that if you own a firearm, you should be responsible with it, and you should make sure that people who can't have access to it don't get access to it. I think that's probably universally agreed upon on both sides of the aisle. But we have a situation in Colorado, if this bill is passed, where somebody who has their car broken into and has a item of personal property taken from them could be punished more severely than the person who breaks into the car and steals the firearm. Now, the House had a bill under consideration earlier this session, House Bill 1162, which would have increased the penalties for those who steal firearms. That bill did not pass its first committee hearing in the House Judiciary Committee. And so the current law, because that bill is not moving forward, the current law is that for a firearm that is of a $300 or less value, if that's stolen by somebody, the person who steals that firearm is going to be subject to a petty offense. And do you know what the penalty for a petty offense is? up to $300. What's the penalty in House Bill 1348 for getting your car broken into? Up to $500. So you would be fined more as the owner of the vehicle than the person who breaks in and steals your gun, if the value of the gun is $300 or less. Now, of course, a lot of firearms are more expensive than that. If your firearm is valued at $301 to $999, the person, if they were tracked down and convicted of this, would be subject to a Class 2 misdemeanor. The penalty for that is up to $750. So a little bit more than 1348, but not that much. And for those of you who know anything about criminal law, the up to does a lot of work because it's often not that much once the judge finally imposes the fine. And certainly, while there is jail attached to petty offenses and M2s and M1s and above, when you're in the misdemeanor category, you are often not going to jail. At best, you get probation. So I think we have an imbalance here, and if the House refuses to do anything about the problem of stolen firearms in our state, which are shockingly high, I'll give the sponsors that, and I do appreciate that they're trying to solve a problem of stolen firearms. Shockingly high. Thousands of firearms stolen every year in our state. But the penalties don't really match the severity of the opening remarks of the sponsors of this bill about why it is such a problem that firearms are stolen. And if the folks who steal the firearms are not subjected to any significant financial penalty and certainly not any time in jail, there's not really a lot preventing them from doing it again. So I propose Amendment L64, which I think is a reasonable compromise. It says, if you steal a firearm and the firearm's value is anywhere between $0 or $1 and $2,000, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. Not creating a new felony, but I'm saying we should, if we are taking the problem of stolen firearms seriously, and we're going to punish the people who get their firearms stolen, we should also make sure that the enforcement on the other side of that equation, the person who steals the gun, is subjected to at least a little bit higher financial penalty than what the person who got their car broken into is subjected to. And just so everyone's clear, the amendment proposes a Class 1 misdemeanor for anything up to $2,000. Class 1 misdemeanor comes with the potential of up to $1,000 fine. And again, they're probably not going to get that high anyway, but at least we can have some logical consistency in this conversation that if we are going to treat the act of firearm theft seriously, we cannot just be punishing the person who gets their gun stolen. We have to also make sure that the people who are stealing the guns have appropriate enforcement as well. So I would strongly encourage a yes vote on L64.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an interesting amendment. I hadn't seen it before just now. It is in the same statute. It is in 18. It's in a different section. It's absolutely important to take firearm theft as something we really do need to deal with. So I would consider this a friendly amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the good senator from Avon actually stole my thunder. I had the exact same amendment, but and I'm not a country lawyer, but I really appreciate the comments that the good senator was making, is that where I was coming at this in just plain vernacular, we have the carrot and we have the stick approach. We've used the stick against the actual victims. We've used the very person who feels bad enough that their car has been broken into and that their firearm has been stolen, has now been doubly victimized, and we've been using the stick against the victim. And then in the previous amendment, and there may be others, I'm not sure, I can't speak for it, is that we haven't had any carrots out there for the victim. So the way I look at this, Amendment 064 that the good senator from Avon has proposed, and which was my amendment as well, is that let's use the stick a little bit, not a club, but let's use the stick against the perpetrator and against the criminal. As the good senator had mentioned, is that right now, under current law, if you get your firearm stolen and it's less, you really get a hand slap or nothing if you're the perpetrator. So what is attempted to be done, and it is a friendly amendment, which my amendment and his amendment is that let's put a little bit of teeth into it. If you steal somebody's firearm and you've broken into their car, you should have more than a class 2 or 3 misdemeanor. What this amendment does, I'm speaking on behalf of it, is it raises it to a class 1 misdemeanor, which I've been told that the minimum is a $500 fine or potentially 6 months in prison. And it can go potentially, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that it could be a maximum potentially, though it's very doubtful it would be done on first offense, of a $5,000 fine and potentially up to 18 months in prison. Now that would get somebody's attention that if you stole a firearm that was less than $2,000, a long rifle or a nice handgun, some people might not care about a $500 fine, but you got fined $1,500 or more, and you had to spend a considerable amount of time in jail or prison. That would probably act as a deterrent to stealing somebody's firearm. So I commend the good senator. Great minds think alike, and I'm glad to. Or at least one great mind and one mind that you might argue is not so great. But anyways, this is a good amendment, members. It is a friendly amendment, and I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L064.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do think that the good senator from Colorado Springs and the good senator from Frisco are both great minds. So I'll start with that. But I come up and stand in strong support of this amendment. You know, I hear from my constituents every time I go home, it's like, what are you guys doing over there, you know? And they see things like this, so they come to Denver, get their car broke into, get a gun stolen, and the person that stole it is facing less of a fine than the person, the law-abiding citizen that had their gun stolen. We need to make policy and law that makes sense. This amendment makes sense. Personally, my personal preference is misdemeanor 1 isn't enough, but I do stand in strong support of this amendment, and I think it does make the bill somewhat better. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on L064? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of L64. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and 64 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Liston. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, we're having a good discussion. We're improving a bill and we're trying to make some improvements on it. Give me a second here. Where's my notes? So, members, unfortunately, we're making good progress. There are some people, though, that they just don't learn. They've stolen a firearm on more than one occasion, not once. I mean, we have what we call repeat offenders. They're professionals, and they've stolen things all the time, and they've learned how to steal firearms, and they get prosecuted, and they still come back again. And I speak about the stick approach. So I don't know about you all, but when I was a young boy, when my parents used the proverbial stick on me, I learned pretty quick sometimes. Actually, sometimes maybe I didn't learn as quick as I should have, but it didn't take too many times when my father, he'd just have to reach for his belt, and I knew I was in big trouble. He didn't have to hit me, he'd just have to reach for it. But I learned the lesson pretty quickly. But when it comes to firearms, like I say, it's very unfortunate that there are bad people doing bad things, and they don't learn the lesson the first time, and they go out and they steal a firearm. So we need to probably use a little more of a stick approach on repeat offenders. So with that in mind, I do have an amendment in mind. And Madam Chair, I move Amendment L058.
Great, there's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L058?
L58, amendment in Gross
Senator
Bill.
Liston.
Thank you, members. Once again, Madam Chair, I move Amendment L058.
Great, to the amendment.
Yeah, to House Bill 1348. What this does, members, is that for someone who, if there's a second or subsequent offense for a theft of firearm, is that it does increase the penalty out of the misdemeanor into a Class 6 felony, which is the lowest felony, which really is the minimum of 1 year in prison and the maximum of 18 months in jail. There is no monetary fine, but you have to do the prison time. You do the crime, you do the time. So once again, it's really to put a little more teeth into this, to go after the bad guy, that if the bad guys have stolen firearms on more than one occasion, which unfortunately there are people who have done that, that we need to put a little more teeth into it. And that's what this, it's really meant to be a friendly amendment. And so I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L058.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We just did a little extra work to increase the penalty for the theft of a firearm, but this goes a step too far. We don't really need to be bringing felony charges at this point in this bill. So I urge a no vote on L058. Thank you.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I stand in strong support of this amendment, and you heard me at the well here just a little while ago saying with the last amendment being a misdemeanor 1, I think it should be a felony. And what the good senator from Colorado Springs is talking about here, and we're talking about stolen firearms and subsequent offenses. I mean, you know, you got to break them a second eggs at some point. And so, I mean, if this is more than one offense, how many times are you going to let them break in and steal firearms from a vehicle? So I stand in strong support of this amendment.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I like this amendment. You know, Colorado is very high in the ladder of crime rates in this state, in the nation. If you steal a gun more than once, that's habitual, in my opinion, and it's a serious offense, worthy of a felony, in my opinion. I appreciate this amendment very much, and I think it deserves our aye vote. Let's get tough on crime finally and kind of start to straighten this state out.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I certainly rise in support of this as well. It just seems to me that how many chances are we going to give these people? We're trying to, prevent these crimes with the use of guns, but these people that keep stealing them, you're just going to with nothing more than a misdemeanor, you're just going to pat them on the back and say, oh, we know that you didn't mean to do it. This deserves to be a felony, and I thank you for bringing this. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I stand in strong support of this. Just an example. Last weekend, I went to DU banquet, Carbondale, Ducks Unlimited. My buddy paid $4,500 for the Kimber pistol at the banquet. I myself have won guns at those banquets. I won one at a turkey banquet, X2 Winchester, gun of the year. To me, that gun is priceless. And I can tell you, my buddy that just bought the Kimber pistol at the DU banquet, that gun is priceless to them. So, I understand we got to put a value on things, but if I had that X2 stolen from me, it's worth $20,000 to me. There's lots of shotguns, people that skeet and trap shoot competitively and stuff. They're using a Parazzi shotgun, $30,000, $40,000 shotgun. So what we're talking about here with $300, $1,000 for misdemeanor one, et cetera. We need to really look at what these firearms that are getting stolen are worth. What we're discussing here today on these fines, and then we're talking about subsequent thefts with the good senator from Colorado Springs amendment. Look, this is peanuts compared to what some of these firearms that are being stolen are actually worth. So I again stand in strong in support of this amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, members, I don't want to belabor this, and to the good senator from Longmont, I understand fully well where you're coming from on your bill, and I really think that with this amendment, I don't want to speak for everybody on my side of the aisle, but I think if this amendment were to be added, there might be some people on my side of the aisle that could be supportive of this bill. Let's send a clear message to the people out there, to the bad guys and the bad girls that are stealing guns, that shame on you. If you do it once, there's going to be a little more severe of a penalty of a misdemeanor. But boy, if you do it twice, and you've been caught, that you're going to feel some pain, not monetarily, because this does not involve a fine, but you're going to do some time in prison, say a minimum of a year. Let's get these people out of circulation. So I would really hope that the sponsor would view this, because it's really meant to be a friendly amendment. It's not going to gut your bill. It's going to make a bill that some of us might be able to support, a decent bill, even better. So with that in mind, members, I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L058, please.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L58. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, Senator Will. Sorry. Senator Will.
The good sponsor was wanting to shut this down here. Thank you, Madam Chair. And, we've been talking a lot about this bill, and some of the issues and some of the issues I have with it and some of our other colleagues' issues we have in it. And I want to come up and speak a little bit about our great farmers and ranchers and landowners across this great state of Colorado. Because in the bill, page 3, storing of firearms and not a handgun in a vehicle is being used for farm or ranch operations. It's on a person's private farm or ranch. I agree with that. I understand that. But what happens when you drive out the gate on the county road and you're no longer on your ranch? It just doesn't make sense to be securing a firearm or whatever. So with that in mind, I'd like to run an amendment, Madam Chair.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L060?
L60, Amendment Engross Bill. page
Senator
3.
Will.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and I move Amendment L060 to House Bill 1348.
Great. To the amendment, Senator Will.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you. What I'm doing with this amendment, I think, is just really making this bill better and helping out our, especially our farmers and ranchers in rural Colorado, but really just private landowners in general in Colorado. I mean, private property rights is something we really hold near and dear in this state, and I know all of my colleagues in this chamber feel the same way about that. But what the amendment does is says it strikes the operations that's in the person's private farm or ranch and just substitutes operations. So if you're out there operating a farm or ranch, let's say a good senator from Cheyenne Wells, he has his gun. Maybe he's having trouble during calving season, which is right now, and he's losing calves to coyotes. Maybe in the future wolves, but anyway, right now losing calves to coyotes. Well, he has his long gun with him to protect his herd, protect his livelihood, and so Senator Pelton, our good senator from Cheyenne Wells, he needs diesel fuel. Maybe he needs a Hershey's candy bar. But anyway, he drives off his ranch, heads to town to get a Coke and a candy bar, or maybe he runs for parts, or maybe he's headed to the feed store to get new salt blocks. Whatever that is, within that operation of that ranch that he is operating, I think they need to be exempt from this bill because he drives out his gate, drives these, I think it's 7 miles of town, 9 miles, I can't remember what it is for Senator from Cheyenne Wells, runs to town to do that basic operations of his ranch. Maybe it's to get a flat tire fixed on his horse trailer or his stock trailer, whatever it is, he needs to go to town. He doesn't need to secure that firearm the way the bill says when he's headed into town to the tire shop or to, I don't care, the grocery store or to the feed store, wherever he's going. So what this amendment does is if it's in general operation of his livestock operation or his farming operation, maybe it's harvest time, maybe he's cutting wheat, maybe he's cutting milo, whatever he's doing. Anyway, this amendment allows him that if it's in the general operation of his enterprise that he's doing to make a living for himself on the eastern plains of Colorado, or I don't care if it's on the western slope of Colorado, could be a lambing operation, cattle operation over there, whatever, haying equipment, the good senator from Alamosa down there, maybe Swather needs a new bearing and he's got to run to town. So what this amendment does is exempt them from having to securely store that farm when they drive out the gate of their property. So I'd strongly ask for an aye vote.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I always appreciate hearing about life in Newcastle from my colleague. It's definitely, I always enjoy it. It reminds me of growing up in summers in San Luis. Unfortunately, this amendment would be too broad Because if you substitute out the carefully negotiated, the language that we worked with ranchers and farmers to make sure that we had the exemption for folks that are needing their firearm for farm and ranch operations, if we broaden it to just operations, we're actually going against what we're trying to do here. Because it's when you go, as a colleague reminded me, when you leave the ranch or farm and you go to the Ace Hardware store, that's where the likelihood that the firearm will be stolen. So this actually goes against the intent of what we're trying to do with the bill. So I ask and I urge a no vote on L060.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate those comments. But as I said before, it's in the operation of his ranch or farm. He needs to go to town, do whatever. He can't, every time he leaves his private property or his ranch operation, secure that firearm in the means that this bill is asking for. So operation could be, the good senator from Cheyenne Wells, maybe he's out doing his stuff on the ranch, but he has to run a cool cow to Burlington Producers, right, to the sale. And you know, everyone there probably has their rifle there with their vehicle as well at the Burlington Producers sale barn. But what this amendment says is it's normal operations of him running his ranch, that he should be allowed to do that without having to secure it every time he goes out onto the county road and head somewhere, you know, be it wherever he's headed. If it's in the general operations of his ranch and his ranch operation, he should be able to do this and be exempt from this portion of the bill. So, again, ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton, R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in full support of L060. The good senator from Newcastle gave many examples of where this would come into play. I've lived a lot of those examples. If we take a look at the firearms threat or theft out in rural Colorado around the sale barns, the vet clinic, the parts store, you'll find it's virtually zero. We respect firearms. We respect the ownership of property, people's vehicles, their animals, their firearms, you name it. They don't even think about that. This is a very good amendment that just, we're with this bill making a way to make life more complicated in rural Colorado than it has to be. When I campaigned 2 years ago, the overwhelming phrase I heard was, you go to Denver and you tell them to leave us alone. That's not what this bill is doing. It's intruding into our lives even more, and it's intruding into my livelihood. So with that, I urge a yes vote on 060. Let's close this rural-urban divide. Let's quit stomping all over us out there.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. And I want to, again, let's go back to how does this look in practicality? So you're conducting farm or ranch operations, and you have, let's just say you've got a Mini 14 ranch variant that you're working with, and you're going into town to the Big R because you need parts, you need fence supplies, you know, whatever you need at Big R at that specific day. And you put that Mini 14 ranch rifle in that case that is bolted in the cab of the truck, and you go into town, and you go into the Big R, you lock the doors of the truck when you go into the Big R, you're fully in compliance with this bill, as it's written right now, fully in compliance. Now, when you're out, when that Mini 14 is sitting out in the open and in the bed of the truck, and you're on your ranch and you're mending fence and you're 150 yards away from the truck, I think that's fine. You're on your private ranch and you're going to be away from the vehicle. You're going to be away from that firearm for periods of time. When you go into town, all that this bill currently asks is that you put it in that container, which we have now fixed can be in plain view because it's impractical that it would not be in many situations like the ones that we're describing right here. But you put it in that hardened container, you shut and lock that hardened container, you drive into town. You can't leave it on the passenger seat. That's what this bill says. It is conforming to the most basic standards of responsible firearm handling, and I ask for a no on this amendment.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 60. Visualize this, if you would. Between the home place and the North 40, which is a small piece of ground, but it's still ground that you have to work, lies a quarter section that's owned by a neighbor. So I'm going to move from the home place to the North 40 to take care of some, but I got to cross my neighbor's land to get there, and we do that all the time. It's just normal part of operations. We are neighbors. We look out for each other. So I drive to the edge of my property, secure the weapon, drive across my neighbor's piece of ground, get to my North 40, take the weapon back out, take care of business. Then I got to go back to the home place because I got family I got to check in on. But I'm going to cross the neighbor's section, quarter section, on the way back to the home place. So I'm get to the edge of my property, re-secure the weapon, drive across the neighbor's ground, which we do all the time. And then once I get back to my property, I can take the weapon back out. It's just, this is the definition of how one culture, the urban culture, just doesn't even care to understand what it's like in rural Colorado. They used to use the phrase, the war on rural Colorado. Well, it's worse than a war. It's a, you know, they say the opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is indifference, just not caring. Amendment 60 says, hey, this is my experience. Would you demonstrate a little concern for my experience? I urge your support of Amendment 60. I think it's reasonable, it's rational, it deals with a culture that this building just doesn't care to pay any attention to.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, you know, the good senator from Monument just made a very compelling argument of how silly this bill is. And before, Senator Pelton, or good senator from Cheyenne Wells, was up here talking. And so let me give you another example. So I'm a neighbor to, let's say, Senator Liston from Colorado Springs, and I tell him, you know, we have neighboring ranches, and I said, look, I'm having lots of problems with predators, in this case, coyotes, on my ranch during calving season. You know, I'm up all night, you know, calving, and I'm not getting much sleep. And I tell the good senator from Colorado Springs, if you're headed on your place and you see a coyote out on mine, please take care of it. Well, if he'd locked up his gun in a case and, you know, left his property, now he's headed by mine, and he sees this coyote that's been depredating on my baby calves, he can't get his gun out of that storage in that locker quick enough to assist his neighbor. So this bill makes 0 sense to me, and I think it makes 0 sense for Colorado. And the good senator from Cheyenne Wells summed it up with, you know, this just drives another big stake in the wedge between the rural and urban divide.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of this, and I come from a little different viewpoint. I'm not an urban legislator, I'm a suburban legislator, but I have real roots in rural because I can appreciate it. I think I've said this before in the past. We still have our family farm down in Texas, West Texas, that's actually been in my family for over 100 years. It's a cotton farm, and I go down there and I see it, and I appreciate my rural roots and I know all too well what my good colleagues, whether they're in eastern Colorado or western Colorado, I happen to live in suburban Colorado. And so I have a real deep appreciation for what the good senator from Newcastle is attempting to do. Let's be reasonable. Once again, on your bill, Senator, we're trying to improve your bill and make it workable. We're not trying to torpedo your bill. This will not torpedo your bill at all. This will help your bill. It'll make things much more practical and reasonable. And I know if I was running a bill of this nature, I would want to have a buy-in from the people in rural Colorado, whether it's the eastern or southern Colorado or western Colorado or northern Colorado. Most of Colorado is rural. And so this is, once again, it's a well-intentioned amendment. It won't hurt your bill, it will actually help it. And I take it from someone who is from a suburban legislator, kind of like yourself. So members, I hope you'll support Amendment 060. Thank you.
Senator Pelton, R.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I can't speak to this amendment enough. You know, we carry firearms out there constantly because you go out in the pasture, there's always rattlesnake, prairie dog, dogs, stray dogs out there that are scared of nothing except for, you know, the sound of a gunfire. So it's such a way of life that, you know, we just need that. So I really appreciate this amendment, urge your support.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of L60. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the bill. Okay. Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this amendment that I'm going to run here, you know, we've had a lot of discussion on the bill, but, you know, we're talking about the safe storage of these firearms and what to do. We've been through the whole thing with the ag part of this, the livestock producer, and I feel those arguments didn't carry much water, but this one I think will. And there's amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read L63?
L63, amendment gross bill, page 3, line 26.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is, the amendment is on page 3, line 25. And this is under storing, you know, the section does not apply to, right? This bill does not apply to. And I'll read it in paragraph E. A person who holds a valid resident or out-of-state hunting license who is engaged in lawful hunting activity. Okay, let me start off by saying that section of the bill is absolutely not enforceable. And I used to enforce those laws, as I've told you before. So many, many years of experience, and I can tell you that is not an enforceable law. It just can't be done. But So what I move L063 to House Bill 1348.
I'm so sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L063 to House Bill 1348.
Great, that's what I was waiting for. Thank you, Senator Well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And what this does is it amends the Ring-Gross bill on page 3, line 26, to say it strikes who is engaged in lawful hunting activities, and to substitute or a valid hunter education certificate that's described in Title 33 of our state laws. So what I'm saying there is, because it's unenforceable, to understand when people are, I do understand they're in lawful activity of a hunting season, but, you know, it's kind of like if I'm out with my granddaughter and she has a mule deer license, I don't, I got a small game license, but I can still carry my firearm. And that's a lawful, you know, a small game license or a fur bearer license. The examples we just give on the good senator from Sean Wells' ranch, that small game license allows him to hunt, right? Which is a lawful activity for him to shoot coyotes on his property. That's a lawful activity. And in the case of coyotes, he doesn't need, a private landowner does not need a hunting license to legally shoot a predator like a coyote. But if I'm out there and I'm maybe antelope hunting with my granddaughter and I have a small game license, I can also be hunting coyotes, and that's a year-round season. That's why I say it is not enforceable. It could not be enforceable. I understand that if you're out there and you're hunting elk in the second season of the season we have in Colorado, or the first season, or maybe you're lucky enough to draw a Unit 61 license in the first part of October and you're hunting. I understand that's a lawful activity, and you have a license for it, you have a valid license for it. So for that season date, this section does not apply. I get that. But all the rest of the year, I have a small game license, and there's seasons run. I mean, there's a crow season, for crying out loud, right? There's a crow season. So, and these are very long seasons. A fur bearer license allows you, so a beaver is a very long season. I've never had a crow. They taste like a cross between a whooping crane and a condor, I think. But anyway, the fallacy of the whole law here is that I technically could get by this law, right? Year round. I can get by with it year round with a small game license. It's a lawful activity. There's a season in place. So my amendment asks that, you know, instead of being engaged in lawful hunting activity, that I have a valid hunter education certificate described in Title 33, and I think that covers it, and it also covers the safety aspect of what this bill's intention is. So I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we definitely had a lot of discussion with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife folks, because we really wanted to make sure we got this right. Remember, this policy is for law-abiding citizens that are gun owners. So let me just read to you this carefully negotiated language so that everybody understands why we need to reject this amendment. We already have in the bill, page 3, a person that holds a valid resident or out-of-state hunting license and who is engaged in lawful hunting activities, and a person engaged in the instruction of hunter education courses and outreach as offered by the Division of Parks and Wildlife. We have done a really, really thorough job in addressing what needs to occur with firearms in vehicles when it comes to hunting activities. This goes a step too far. And where it goes is it says anyone with a valid hunter education certificate. We don't know if they're hunting, they're not hunting, we don't know why they have the firearm in the car, we don't know where they're going with it. All they have to do is have a valid hunter education certificate. That is too far, and that's why, unfortunately, with all due respect to my very esteemed colleague from Newcastle, I'm asking for a no vote on L063.
Senator Will.
Thank you, and I appreciate those comments. I point out a little bit, it's a little ironic, but, you know, if I'm a retired law enforcement officer from out of state, I'm not exempted here. But if I'm a retired law enforcement officer out of state that's here hunting elk, I am. So I just want to point out, I'm not trying to be cute. I want to just point out that it's really not enforceable, and there's a lot of problems with this bill, and some of the things they're trying to fix, and maybe a hunter education maybe that does go too far, because I think that's fairly unenforceable, other than it's black and white saying you have a hunter safety card or you don't. I get that, but the intent of their use of that card, I can understand a little bit of that, but it's but holding a resident or out-of-state license, it's I hold a small game license. I have one in my pocket, and that's a year-round season for coyotes. So that's going to be my defense, I can tell you. So I just think the bill just doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for rural Colorado. We've been through those conversations. I don't think it makes sense for a hunting public and our recreational people that enjoy our outdoors and our hunting and fishing public. So I would still ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
The motion is for the adoption of L63. All those in favor say aye. Aye. And opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I actually rise in opposition to the Bill 1348, and I was going to give a little bit of practical reference to part of the bill, in specific the exemption part on page 3, actually 3B. There's a reference here, storing a firearm that is not a handgun in a vehicle that is being used for farm or ranch operations that is on the person's private farm or ranch is exempt. It's not applicable to. So I was sitting listening to the debate, thinking about my operations where we run several hundred head of mama cows, cow-calf operations. Some of it's on our property, some of it's on leased property. And then at times of the year, I actually lease out some of my property to other folks for calving their calves out. And kind of describe a little bit, you know, the breed we raise has great mother instincts and traits. They're very protective, up to the point they will chase you into or under on the top of a truck when you try to catch a newborn calf and vaccinate it or put an ear tag in it. But under certain conditions, I can think of several instances in bad weather conditions in particular, or a cow has a set of twins. Sometimes they'll wander off and leave one of the twins in the snowstorm in the middle of the night and watch what happens to a calf in that circumstances. What the coyotes will do to that calf is undescribable. They're not kind to that calf at all. So I do want to offer an amendment that I've shared with the sponsor.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment 65?
L65, Amendment Ross.
Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L065 to House Bill 1348.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And again, have had conversations with the sponsor and appreciate, I think we're on the same page here. This is a simple amendment that recognizes those leased options and opportunities that farmers and ranchers use and making them exempt as well. It's really important that if we're going to go down this path, we try to find those circumstances and opportunities to make it more practical and applicable to real-life conditions in rural Colorado. So happy to offer this amendment and would appreciate your support.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my esteemed colleague from Alamosa. I do appreciate this amendment. I have fond memories from growing up in San Luis Valley near the Four Corners area, traveling in the old beat-up pickup truck of my grandfather's, and there was always a firearm in the truck. That is a way of life in rural Colorado, and we had leased land that we would have alfalfa and hay, and it makes sense because many folks have the property, but they can no longer farm it or ranch it, and so having the leased property being covered so that we can support farmers and ranchers in their farming and ranching operations. So I thank my colleague for bringing this forward. I think it strengthens the bill. It allows folks to keep their firearms safe. So I do urge for a yes on L065.
Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for thinking L065 is a friendly amendment. In my current operation, more than half the ground that I run my cattle on is leased land. When I used to grain farm, all of that was leased land. So this is very important because in my current operation, I'm running cows on leased land almost half the year and still have those same predators, those same concerns out there, and the same issues come up while they're out there. So I do appreciate the sponsor saying this is a friendly amendment, and I'd urge support for it. Thank you.
The motion is the adoption of L65. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment 65 is adopted. Senator Will.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did you give me a look? So, and this is, I have another amendment that I wanted to run, but I think, I want clarification on this, because the bill sponsors ran L055 when we first started this discussion, and this was about the locked or hard-sided containers, meaning your console, meaning your glove box, all of those things. But for this amendment, I'm going to it's for clarification for me in the bill. So with that.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, will you please read Amendment 61?
L61, amend Rand Gross Bill, page 3, line 17, strike vehicle or in A and substitute vehicle.
Senator Will.
And thank you, Madam Chair. And so I move Amendment L061 to House Bill 1348.
To the amendment.
And thank you, Madam Chair. So for the clarifying part of this is in the bill, page 3, starting there in line 17, to what this section does not apply to. And so it is a person who lives in a vehicle or in a recreational vehicle, and I think the bill sponsors did a really good job explaining to me earlier today about what the definition of a recreational vehicle, and that means something that's towed, so like a fifth wheel. They talked about all that. So, but what my amendment asks is that, so it says a person who lives in a vehicle or in a recreational vehicle, and we will tend to think of campers and those type of things as that recreational vehicle, but it's more than that within the definition. In which the firearm is stored, a person who lives in a vehicle or recreational vehicle must store firearms in the vehicle, recreational vehicle, in accordance with the storage requirements in 1812-114. So what my amendment is a vehicle or in a, and I want to substitute vehicle or horse trailer. Over in my areas, the living quarter horse trailers are quite popular, and many, many people live in those. So many of my good friends, snowbirds, head to Arizona, they live in their living quarter horse trailers. And so what this amendment does is I want to substitute the vehicle or horse trailer, understanding it would probably qualify, that living quarters horse trailer would probably qualify as a recreational vehicle, but I need that clarification. If it does not, I want this amendment that it says vehicle or horse trailer. So I would ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton R. to Amendment L61.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I happen to like L61. You know, a lot of the people that ranch have horse trailers that have living quarters on them. Sometimes they use those during calving. If they're getting up the middle of the night and they don't want to, you know, say if they've got a calving pasture several miles from home, they may set up that camper by the calving pasture. And so then, you know, you're living in that while you're calving. And so you probably have some firearms in there also. So this is a very good amendment. Makes a lot of practical sense, and I would urge an aye vote.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a little bit ambiguous because when you look up where this is going to go, it actually could be thought to be in the article around vehicles where people live. And so there's a little bit of confusion as to trying to put it into this section of the bill. The other thing is horse trailers typically are not locked up in the same way that vehicles are locked. And then I also think that part of it is everywhere in this part, it could be confusing that we're talking about vehicles maybe only with horse trailers. So I think let's explore this maybe for the next round, but I'm not sure that this fits within 1348. So I'm going to ask for a no vote respectfully on Amendment 061.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Amendment 61. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The no has it, and that is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of House Bill 1348. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and that bill is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1174?
House Bill 1174 by Representatives Duran and Snyder and Senator Malika concerning permits to carry a concealed handgun and in connection therewith establishing standards for concealed handgun training classes.
Senator Malika.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1174.
To the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill enhances the standards for obtaining and renewing a concealed carry permit. It requires in-person training classes covering firearm safety, state and federal laws, as well as self-defense and conflict resolution techniques. The initial class must be at a minimum 8 hours, includes live firing component, and a demonstration of competency. I don't think it's too much to ask, and the good senator from Highlands Ranch said it earlier, and I think that this applies to this bill as well, is that to carry a firearm takes hours and hours of work, and it's a great responsibility. There was work done in the House to bring the sheriff to neutral. Members, this bill is a good bill. Education and high standards are not bad when it comes to the great responsibility of concealed carry of a firearm. I ask for a yes vote, and I will also just point out that maybe this side of the aisle, there is food off to this side of the aisle. Hamburgers have been grilled, and so feel free if you guys want to, feel free to go get some lunch and get some food. So I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to invite this side of the aisle to feel free to go get plenty of lunch because we might be here for just a little bit of time, so thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, here we go. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I do have an amendment to this bill because I think there are parts of it, while it was changed and improved in the House, and if you're looking at the introduced version of the bill, you'd be looking at the incorrect version. We are now on the re-engrossed, I believe, and you will see that the House actually did amend it pretty heavily. And I appreciate many of those amendments. I was hoping we could actually see a few more amendments offered here today. In one of those amendments, I will bring forth right now. Ms. Van Morik, thank you.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 18?
Bill 18, amendment.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one of the issues that I have with this bill is really it requires for a person to protect themselves, for a person to protect their families, and to exercise a constitutional natural right, as the Founding Fathers would have called it. It requires them to jump through a lot of extra hoops. And it is reasonable. There are any firearm owner who purchases a firearm or carries with them to protect themselves, their families, or innocent people does take a tremendous responsibility to do that, and is taken very seriously by those who carry. When an evildoer does something, when a perpetrator does something evil, it's not a good person. Well, I would hesitate to call myself a good person, but a law-abiding citizen who is protecting their families is not the person who is creating problems. And Madam Chair, I move L018.
Thank you, Senator Van Winkle. Is there further? Yes, Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure that I moved it because I have been neglectful of that this morning, so thank you.
Yes.
In L018, what it does is it would remove the necessity for a written exam. It's pretty straightforward. It just strikes the pieces of the bill on page 5, essentially. If you go to page 5 of the re-engrossed here, well, I guess it does start at the very last page or line of page 4, and then it strikes the first part of page 5 there. And it would strike the need to take a written competency exam. I see that the bill sponsors advocate that it is necessary for someone to take a live fire exam to be able to prove themselves, but the addition of a written exam on top of that in order to exercise a natural right, a God-given constitutional right, I think is a step too far. People, of course, will be reading. When you go to a concealed carry class, you are given much written material that you read, that you analyze, and that you verify that you are proficient in, but putting it into state law is absolutely unnecessary, and so I ask for a yes vote for L018.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Highlands Ranch for bringing this amendment. And you heard him say that it's a great responsibility for concealed carry, and in the previous bill, he even mentioned, to carry a gun takes hours and hours of work, and I agree with him on that. And I think that I just want to be clear, our bill is specifically speaking to concealed carry. It's not speaking to the actual act of owning a firearm or that right to own a firearm. It's to conceal carry, and I do think that what the bill is calling for is appropriate to say here we do want to have these parameters around it, and there were changes specifically made around the exam to get the sheriff to neutral, that the bill calls for certain parameters on the exam, but that those exams are actually done by the person teaching the class, and to give that ability and that flexibility to the person teaching the class. So I do think that we've addressed this, and I think that when it comes to concealed carry, I do think that it's appropriate that we do have, that we do set some of these standards. And so I would ask for a no vote on Amendment L018.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I share with the chair a specific desire to have broad understanding around education policy and the way people learn and the way people most effectively grow skills. I think that the current law allows for individuals who are skilled differently, who learn differently, who can get to safety and competency differently, the ability to get there in a meaningful way. I think that this starts creating restrictions around just learning styles, quite frankly, of how people learn, and it would, I think, impinge potentially the pathway for someone who can be demonstrably learned and skill-ed at something, and therefore capable of having the concealed carry permit. This puts onerous burdens in the ways of some people in the way, the method, the process through which they learn. This amendment, L18, addresses that. It simply says that if you can get across the threshold in a demonstrable fashion, that you should be allowed to cross the threshold in that way and not carry this additional burden of additional written examinations and so forth that would otherwise be required. So I encourage the support of L18. I think it's minimal in its nature, and I think it's an appropriate step to improve the bill.
The motion is the adoption of Amendment 18. All those in favor say aye. And opposed, no. The noes have it, and Amendment 18 is lost. To the bill. Senator Liston, Senator Van Winkle, Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate your patience with the caucus, who is also apparently trying to eat right now. Good timing. Majority party, good timing. Madam Chair, well, I'm sad to see that amendment lost, but I do appreciate the work that was done in the House of Representatives. They usually don't do very good work in the House of Representatives. It is the lower chamber. And I was surprised to see a little good work from them, although I think my amendment would have made the bill much better for the people of Colorado. That failed. Now, I will move on to my next amendment idea to try to improve this bill.
There is an amendment at the desk. Mr. Hubler, would you please read Amendment 19?
L19, amend read and gross bill,
Senator
page
Van
2.
Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's another aspect to this bill that is quite burdensome, that I think is another level, another hoop to jump through, that is rather unnecessary, at least unnecessary to put into state law and to put penalties around. And that is the instructor verification piece of the bill. Right now, the bill does several things. It specifies requirements for concealed carry training classes, and it requires that county sheriffs to verify instructors of concealed carry training classes within their jurisdiction and maintain a list of those instructors online. It also allows sheriffs to establish a fee on instructors for verification. So an instructor would have to come forth, they'd have to pay a fee, and then they would have to be posted online. I believe that is still all in the bill. And what my amendment would do is strike that section of the bill, and it would strike the entire section. It does go across several pages of the re-engrossed bill, largely page 3 and page 4, but also there's some other places in the bill on pages 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, that reference the instructor verification piece and that fee that is required in the online verification or the online posting and those things. So what this amendment does, and Madam Chair, I move L019.
Great. To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe I have thoroughly explained that it essentially removes the instructor verification piece of the bill. I view it as unnecessary and unnecessary for state law. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again to the good senator from Highlands Ranch. Members, I think it is important that we bring the sheriffs in. There were some changes that were done in the House to take some of this from CBI and put it with the sheriffs. And as I mentioned in my opening statements, the sheriffs are neutral on this, and so to have this verification, I think, is important. One of the goals here is to legitimize this process and to make sure that that not only the instructors that are providing that instruction have everything that they need, but also and all the requirements of law, but also making sure that the students are receiving adequate instruction. I think having this verification from the sheriffs and having the sheriffs included in this to make sure that all of those who are providing this education are verified within that jurisdiction, I think is important. And so while I appreciate the good senator from Highlands Ranch, I would ask for a no vote on Amendment L019.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the idea of narrowing what a verified instructor is to only individuals who have been certified by their law enforcement, and I do appreciate that it is the local sheriff and not CBI. That would definitely be something that would be a step too far. But narrowing who is a verified instructor to only those people that have been verified by a law enforcement agency, college or university or national organization, I still view it as a step too far in the bill. I still view it as something that is very unnecessary. And also, it requires the prospective instructors to pay a fee to cover their costs for their verification and application to the sheriffs. And that, I almost can imagine, came from the idea that we don't want to pass an unfunded mandate onto our sheriff's offices, some of which are big and have great resources, some of which are very small and operate in counties with very actual minimal budgets. So I imagine that fee is to not prove or force an unfunded mandate onto our local sheriff's office. But the one thing that's going to happen with it is that instructor will then force that fee, will pass that fee along, essentially, to the students. So if you have an instructor that teaches very rarely, very occasionally, they're going to raise the cost of their class, and the cost of becoming verified it'll be passed along to students, and making it harder for the people of Colorado to pay essentially for their instruction. I don't recall my original concealed carry class. It's been several years. I don't recall the amount that I paid for it, but it was actually a pretty good sum. I believe it was in the like $50 or $100 or something like that. And if we're asking the people of Colorado, especially concealed carry holders, to now jump through additional hoops and raise the cost even more, I can see that as being burdensome to them. This amendment would clear that up by removing it from the bill, removing that fee from the bill as well. So I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on L19? Mr. Minority Leader.
I rise in support of Amendment L19, and it kind of goes to a number of the arguments, challenges that I would have with regard to the bill itself, so I'll reserve my more expansive comments for the bill. But this amendment seeks to balance out this further narrowing. The bill has this effort to narrow access to, essentially, an existing constitutional right. That's incredibly challenging. This amendment tries to maintain some degree of balance and access to, and this just hurts me to say, that we're providing access to an individual to take advantage of a God-given, constitutionally protected right. And so that's a challenge. But I'll reserve the more extensive comments for the bill itself. rise in support of the amendment. I believe it is number 19. Support of 19. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on the amendment, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L019. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the bill, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, I did hear this. My good colleague from Woodland Park and I, we sit on the State Veterans and Military Affairs Committee, and we did hear this bill a few days ago. And I am a strong proponent of safe carry and concealed carry. And we want to have safety. We want to be encouraging people for the safe use and knowledgeable use of firearms. And that's what a concealed carry class does. It's been my experience, and I have gone through the course and do have it and so forth, is that the instructors, and we heard from the instructors that they are very diligent about making sure that that their students, as they go through concealed carry, that they are proficient and that they know and understand the safe use of a firearm. And I keep using that word safety, 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 because that's what is ingrained in a concealed carry class. So we want to, and a while ago I was talking about, we have the carrot approach and we have the stick approach. I think when it comes to learning about firearms and their safe use and their proper use and the legal use, we want to have the carrot approach and encourage people, don't just go out and buy a firearm and try and do it yourself. If you're going to have a firearm, have somebody like the good senator from Newcastle show you the nuances and how the firearm, how it works, how to be safe with it, the proper usage of it. I mean, there are so many details that I'm leaving out that the good senator from Newcastle could stand up here and give us a course. Maybe we could get continuing education. Would that be possible? So with that in mind, one thing that I think we ought to be doing is encouraging people to have concealed carry. And you just don't sign up for the class and go, sign me up and, I'll go sometimes and this, that, and the other. If you're going to do it, let's do it right. But it doesn't come free either. You've got permit fees that's paid to the sheriff. You have a temporary permit fee. You've got fingerprints that you have to do. They're, again, law-abiding citizens. They want to do the right thing. Single mothers, anybody that is concerned and wants to do it right will gladly go through a concealed carry class. But you have all the other, the tuition and the other miscellaneous fees. We heard from witnesses that by the time, even before you're, quote, street legal and you can carry, and irrespective of the price of the firearm, which is not addressed in this upcoming amendment potentially, is that before you ever get a certificate or you learn anything, you're out of pocket several hundreds of dollars, if not $1,000 or more. And particularly for young adults, single mothers that are concerned, other people, that's a lot of money. And so go back to my theme of offering the carrot approach. I do have an amendment. I'm sorry. I give you a copy.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L015?
L15 amendment, Green Groves.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I move Amendment L015 to House Bill 1174.
That is a proper motion. Any discussion on the amendment?
Very good. Members, what Amendment L015 does is that it gives, as the carrot, it gives a tax deduction for the expenses, not of the firearm, but for the tuition and the fees, which comes to, like I say, it could come to $800, $900, $1,000. You know, we give to encourage people to buy homes. You know, we just had a bill about rent. There's all kinds of things where we offer that carrot approach to give people an incentive to do something. And like I said, I think we're all in agreement. We want people, I think even the good senator from Thornton would agree, we want people to have concealed carry and to do it properly and correctly and legally. And that's what this does. This is the carrot approach, is that people that go, you know, I just don't know if I can afford the $1,000, but geez, if it's deductible, you know, it'll maybe help me save $250 if they're in the 25% tax bracket. Well, that $250 is real money to them. So that's all that Amendment L015 does, is that it helps, it does give some tax relief, some relief to those people who might not otherwise be able to afford it. And it helps reduce the costs for lawfully carrying and encourages people to do it the right way, the correct way, and a little bit of an incentive. So that's the thought and the reasoning behind Amendment L015, and I encourage and I vote. Thank you.
Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of Amendment 15. I like very much this amendment because it seeks to find a collaborative, engaging pathway forward. I object to the bill on its face because I believe it sets an unnecessary set of thresholds and makes it harder for an individual to access in the way they choose a right that is guaranteed by the Constitution and given to them from beyond. This particular amendment simply says, okay. If you're going to do all these things, you're going to make it harder and more expensive for people, at least let's reimburse them for the expenses they are going to undergo in pursuit of a God-given constitutionally guaranteed right. Simple step. It's the sort of thing where we form policies, and we have principles in conflict here. One side says, yeah, Second Amendment doesn't actually mean you get to carry a gun. The other side says, no, it really does mean we get to carry a gun. And then we start writing things. Well, let's make society safer. That's what this policy conversation is about. All right, so one side saying, let's make society safer. We believe this particular bill will do that. Quite frankly, I don't know that it will. But this side simply says, okay, if you're going to do that to people in the pursuit of their constitutional right, at least let's reimburse them for the expenses they undergo on the way of doing that. And I could spend some time deconstructing exactly how this amendment is crafted. You know, we've got a senator who's been engaged in conversations around safe firearms his entire career, bringing this amendment. We've got one of the most able drafters. It's an elegant amendment in the way it actually tries to get at this. But the principle of this amendment is, if we're going to make it harder for people to access their constitutional right, at least let's reimburse them for the expense that they bear in pursuing that constitutional right. I urge your support of Amendment 15.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the comments from the good senator from Monument, but I want to clarify a little bit. He said, well, let's reimburse them. Well, this amendment isn't even asking for reimbursement, because some people think the idea of reimbursement is dollar for dollar. And we're not asking for that anywhere close. We're just saying, hey, we'll give you a allowable legitimate tax deduction. You know, we just had April 15th here 5 days ago. we've all gone through the tax preparation and stuff, and there are many, many deductions out there, very legitimate and worthwhile deductions. So this is not a reimbursement, it is just a deduction. Some people might take it, some people might not. But like I say, to use in round numbers, if it costs you $1,000 for all of the permit fees and the tuition and that, and you can get a deduction and you're in the 25% tax bracket, it's going to save you $250. But we want to be back to the theme, and I'm sure the good senator from Thornton would agree, is that we want people, we should be encouraging people, if you're going to have a firearm, we want you to do it correctly and safely. I think the good senator would agree. So all we're saying is that, okay, here is a carrot. If you go out there and you decide to get a firearm, we want to encourage you to do it safely, correctly, legitimately, and responsibly, and that's what this does. And we're going to give you a little pat on the back and say, if you choose, you can take a deduction. We're not going to reimburse you for everything. We're going to give you a legitimate deduction. So with that, I would urge an aye vote on Amendment L15.
Mr. Minority Leader.
I stand corrected. I wish it were a reimbursement. Instead, it's a minor defrayal of a portion of the cost. So I stand corrected in my understanding of the amendment. I should have, as I offered to do, and in the interest of time, I didn't take the time to work all the way through the amendment with you. But had I worked all the way through the amendment with you, we would have discovered it's a partial tax deduction that is accessible for an individual to pursue. So it's not a reimbursement. It's not dollar for dollar. It would only be a portion. And that kind of hurts my heart to say, yeah, you've got a constitutional right, and we're going to make it hard for you to access a constitutional right. But if you do go through this set of hurdles we're setting up for you to access your constitutional right, you can get a tax deferral, or you can get a deduction on some portion of the taxes you would pay. I support the amendment just because it makes a bill that I'm incredibly challenged with a little teeny bit better, and would encourage you to support the amendment. I wish it were a reimbursement. Maybe I should run that amendment, make it dollar for dollar. I urge your support of Amendment 15.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you to the good senators from El Paso County and Monument. Members, this amendment will create a tax credit or a tax deduction for this, and really what the intent of the bill is to make sure that that we're increasing the requirements, we're increasing that education, so that if someone chooses to get their concealed carry permit, that they know what it's like to live fire, that they know de-escalation techniques, that they know state laws. And so while I appreciate the amendment, I appreciate where the good senator who's offering the amendment is coming from. I don't know if that's really kind of what we're focused on here. We're focused on really trying to make sure that we're increasing those requirements. And I understand that there may be a debate or an argument that that might increase cost, and there is a cost. There's already a cost associated with getting your concealed carry, but increasing the requirements and education may increase the cost. I can't be supportive of this amendment today. Definitely appreciate the comments from the good senator from El Paso County, and I think we share a lot of the same desires, which is to make sure that if somebody does choose to get their concealed carry, that it's done and that they have the most experience possible and that they're doing it in the safest way possible. Just with L15, I can't be in support of it, and I will ask for a no vote on it.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, members, also, I want to make perfectly clear the use of the word tax credit was also brought up. That would imply a dollar for dollar, because there's a difference between a tax credit and a tax deduction. Tax credit is commonly a dollar for dollar. What I'm proposing in Amendment L015 is not a tax credit. It's not a reimbursement. It's just a simple deduction. deducting on your income taxes. You get a deduction if you contribute to an IRA account. You don't get a tax credit, you get a deduction. So it's really very modest in nature what we're asking for. And to my colleague, the good senator from Thornton, what I would just say is that, once again, this is meant to be a friendly amendment, not trying to gut the bill or attach an unfriendly amendment to it. This is a friendly amendment. I think the good senator said as much, is that you want people to go out there and learn how to handle a firearm, do it correctly, do it safely, do it legitimately. I mean, let's put it this way: the bad guys and the bad girls, the bad people out there, most of them do not go through a concealed carry class. They get a gun illegally. They steal it. They buy it from a third party, wherever they get it. But most of them, you always see the movies or the television shows, this, that, and the other, where they're taking the gun and they're, trying to fire it upside down and fire it sideways and firing it behind their back and between their legs and all that. A concealed carry permit person, they know how to legitimately handle a firearm. They're not going to go through all these gyrations and looking like they've come out of a Western and so forth. So we want to encourage them to do it and do it correctly. And if the taxpayer can offset just a little bit of that, because a lot of people probably won't even take the deduction. Let's be honest. There might be some. So anyways, this is a well thought out amendment. It's legitimate, and it's meant to enhance House Bill 1174. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Henriksen.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In economic theory, there's this concept of Pigouvian fees. And Pigouvian fees are fees that seek to have a direct tie when you have a public service or a public good provided relative to what an individual receives in a form of service. And we try to establish Pigouvian fees in certain ways. We see them in tolls on highways. We see them in document fees for courts. We see them in fares when we take transit. We see them in fees for the registration of our vehicles. It doesn't always add up to one-to-one, but the idea is that when you register your vehicle, you're paying for into the construction fund for the roads that you're going to be using. Road vehicle users put the wear and tear on the road. Those who don't drive cars don't. So that's one of the ways that we fund our roads. That's a Pigouvian fee. And that's really what we're doing here in this bill with the concealed carry permitting process. The administration of that, the costs associated with that, they're wrapped up into the fees of the course. It's a Pigouvian fee. The argument that I had heard made was that this creates a bit of a burden, particularly those Coloradans from lesser means. That if you're an individual who's financially strapped and it's your choice to conceal carry, that it creates a higher hurdle for you to clear to be able to do that. I don't disagree with that. And I think that that's something, I'm glad we're having this conversation, because one of the arguments that I have made here at this well several times before is on the way that our tax structure in general as a state hinders people that are financially strapped from all sorts of things that are just day-to-day basic essentials of living, basic human rights, the ability to to move, to go out, to access the courts, to access certain forms of health care, government fees associated with that all the time, and a tax structure that is punitive to those who are struggling to get by. So I'm opposed to this amendment, Mr. Chair, not necessarily on the policy per se, but because I think it's part of a broader conversation that we should be having about how we don't have tax exemptions for basic day-to-day activities, necessary activities for the people of Colorado, and that our tax structure as a state plays a contributing role in that. So I would love to see this be part of a future conversation of that broader issue. But I ask for a no on this amendment as a standalone.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I ask for a yes vote, and I guess in response respectfully to the previous comments, driving a car isn't a constitutional right. It's a privilege. The Second Amendment is a constitutional right, and for the third time in the last 14 years, the Supreme Court has strongly held that the Second Amendment is, quote, not a second-class right. Now, there are now more than half of the states of the Union, I believe it's 26, 27, or 28, are either constitutional carry states or about to become constitutional. Last I checked, I think it was 27 states are constitutional carry, meaning their citizens there are zero hoops for a citizen to jump through. They have to be, of course, they have to meet the standards in those states of being a law-abiding citizen. They have to be of age, and there are other, of course, things that they must meet, but they don't have to do anything in order to exercise their constitutional right. The state of Colorado is not a constitutional carry state. For someone to carry concealed in the state of Colorado, of course, there have been, and I have my Title 18 book over here that I will go through here in a bit. There have long been standards in order to be prior to carrying your firearm concealed in the state of Colorado. You have to jump through certain hoops, and there has to be certain standards met. You have to go to class, things like that, and this bill further narrows it. Now, with all those things comes a rather high level of cost in order to exercise a right that is not a second-class right. The court's Bruin decision, it's the latest strong affirmation of the full constitutional status of a, quote, routinely disparaged or ignored constitutional right, showing once again that all constitutional rights are equal. Now, the constitutional right to be able to vote, for example, there have been efforts throughout the history to put a poll tax on or something. Those were duly rejected very long time ago. They were determined that there should be no cost in order to exercise that constitutional rights or the constitutional right to religion or free speech or many others. There is no cost to. But this constitutional right in the state of Colorado, unlike most of the states in the Union, does have a cost to carry with it. And this bill further increases those costs. And so this amendment, which would lower the taxes essentially, and it's just state taxes, it's not going to, there's still going to be a rather hefty tax bill that both the instructor's paying and when you purchase an overpriced or very expensive firearm for self-defense. There are heavy costs. So this is one small thing where it is, at least on a financial front, not overly burdensome, making it just slightly less overly burdensome in order to exercise that Second Amendment constitutional right, which is an equal right, which is not a second-class right. So if Colorado can't join the majority of states in constitutional carry, then this is the very smallest thing we can do to give a bit of a discount to the people of Colorado who are trying to exercise that constitutional right. Thank you to the good senator from El Paso County for bringing the amendment forward from Colorado Springs, a good amendment. It's a good amendment, and I ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion on L015, the question before us is the adoption of L015. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the bill, Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate you. And looking through what this bill does, and one of the main things it does is it amends longstanding law that the people of Colorado have been following for some time. It does it in Title 18, which is the criminal code. It's one that we on the Judiciary Committee rather are very well versed and very immersed in for upwards of what feels like often 40 hours a week, much more than any other committee. We are immersed in this Title 18, and what this amendment does, or what the bill does, is it amends Title 18-12-201 and 202. Actually, it leaves 201B, which is interesting because if you read 201, which you can't just state law and bills, when you read a bill, it doesn't read like a story. When you read a bill, you need the context around that bill, and the context around it is the statute just before it usually and just after it. So a bill standing by itself, it usually goes in between those two things. Sometimes it's a different section of statute or it's a brand new section of statute, but usually, as is the case here with House Bill 1174, it's going in between the statutes. And what it is going after is 18-12-202, which is this bill will be amending, but 18-12-201 is very interesting. It is a legislative declaration that the General Assembly, those who came before us, put into statute, and it is not being touched by this bill, but it is essentially the preamble to this bill, or it will be the preamble to this bill, and I think it's important to be read here today. It says, the General Assembly finds that there exists a widespread inconsistency among jurisdictions within the state with regard to the issuance of permits to conceal carry handguns. We deleted a bill passed in 2021 that deleted the next section, but then it continues that inconsistency regarding issuance of permits results in an arbitrary and capricious denial of permits to carry concealed handguns based on the jurisdiction of residence rather than the qualifications for obtaining a permit. Now, it does continue on and on for some time, and what this bill deals with is those qualifications to obtain a permit, and one could argue that many of the things that this is asking for is in fact arbitrary and capricious because let me find the page here. On page 6 and 7 of the re-engrossed version of the bill, there is this one thing that I view as being really arbitrary and capricious. It is, well, at least arbitrary. It says, a refresher class, well, let me go up actually. Page 6, lines 3. It adds this requirement to obtain a permit. A requirement that a student must achieve a minimum 70% accuracy score as determined by the instructor in a live fire shooting exercise conducted on a range, which requires discharging at least 50 rounds of ammunition and which does not need to be conducted in a single day. So what that section does is it adds the arbitrary standard for obtaining a permit that a student achieve a minimum 70% accuracy score. And that is where my amendment will come in here. Amendment L14.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L014?
L14, amend re-engrossed.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move L014.
To the amendment.
I got it right. I finally moved it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And what this does, it doesn't remove, I would like to remove the entire section of statute, that entire G there, but this amendment doesn't do that. It simply removes that 70% accuracy score because, well, it's completely arbitrary for one thing, but it also, isn't it really a specific thing at all? Like 70%, I'm probably 70%, depending on a handgun from depending on the distance. So I may not be 70% from 150 yards away, but from 50 yards away, definitely 50%, or 70%. So the bill doesn't actually, it's a very arbitrary number that doesn't, what it should say and what it would say after this amendment is, well, it would just remove that 70% accuracy score. So it would leave it up to the instructor, who is the one ultimately who will know, is this student proficient or not? 70% isn't a measure of proficiency at all. There's no distance, there's no 9mm, 30, it doesn't, there's nothing. It just says 70%. 70% from 10 feet, 70% from 100 feet. I don't know. It's so essentially that section of statute, or that section of the bill, is arbitrary and rather meaningless because it doesn't at all imply that someone is proficient. If someone is 69% proficient or 75% proficient, as in hitting the target, it doesn't even actually say, does it need to be the center of the target? Does it just need to hit the piece of paper somewhere? There's no guardrails around it whatsoever, so I think the bill would be better without that section. So when I moved L014, I moved an amendment to delete that 70% accuracy score from the bill, and I ask for a yes vote.
Further discussion on the amendment, Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Highlands Ranch. And I'm going to ask for a no vote on Amendment L014. Members, we do want to make sure that that these students do have a level of proficiency, and I think it's important that when you look at the bill and you look at the changes that came from the House, it is specifically says as determined by the instructor. And I hear the good senator from Highlands Ranch and saying, what does that mean and how is that determined? And I think that the point of that is to really make sure that some of that is put it in the instructor's wheelhouse and in determining that proficiency. And I think that when we look at that, and we look at how we measure proficiency in a number of different areas, obviously in school, I knew what 70% was. I flirted with 70% a lot in school, and that's how we measure that proficiency. And so, I definitely appreciate the conversation. I appreciate where the good senator from Highlands Ranch is coming from. But I do think that this portion of the bill in regards to the live firing aspect, we do put some of the onus on that instructor, but I do think that we have to have some parameters in there to make sure that the student is proficient in handling that live firearm. And so I would ask for a no vote.
Senator Van Winkle.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate the remarks of the good senator from Thornton, Colorado, and I do appreciate that essentially it is trusting the instructor, because the instructor will know. I could go to probably any instructor in the state of Colorado or any state, and they've seen all kinds of students. They've seen brand new students. They've seen students that have been firing their firearm for 50 years. It's almost like a golf instructor in terms of a golf instructor will know within the first few minutes of a golf lesson exactly how proficient you are at the sport of golf and what you're doing wrong and what can be improved upon. These firearm instructors, they teach thoroughly every day, most days probably, and they can give tips and hints and figure out if someone is proficient to defend themselves or to carry a firearm concealed in public. And if that instructor will know that, and the bill acknowledges it because it does say as determined by the instructor, but what it should say is a requirement that a student achieve a minimum proficiency as determined by the instructor. Or it should just say a requirement that the student achieve proficiency as determined by the instructor. The 70% is completely arbitrary. It doesn't make any sense. And 70%, again, is that 70% hitting the very center of that bullseye? Is it 70% hitting any part of the bullseye? Is it 70% hitting any part of the paper, which is going to be this big and this wide? And is it at 10 feet? Is it at 30 feet? Is it at 100 yards? 70% is just nothingness in the bill. It doesn't mean anything. It doesn't point to anything. It's completely arbitrary, and I ask for it to be removed from the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to the good senator from Highlands Ranch. And understanding the argument that 70% is arbitrary, and I'm going to ask a favor of the good senator from Highlands Ranch if he could give Miss Smith, who taught me Algebra 2 in high school, a call and talk to her about that 70% is arbitrary, because I think I ended up getting 68% that year and did not get a passing score. And so if you could give her a call, I have her phone number, and so yeah, I would appreciate that.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's the chair of our Finance Committee. Maybe we should give her a call, Mr. Chairman. But that, Mr. Chairman, but that 70% score wasn't arbitrary. You got 30% of the answers incorrect on the test that was measured, and the test was laid out. It has very specific questions. Well, I was right there with you in algebra, geometry. Yes, I was right there with you. Don't worry, you're not alone on the Finance Committee. But that 70% wasn't arbitrary. It means you missed 30% of the questions that the instructor had specifically asked of you on the test. They were specific questions. There's nothing specific about this. 70% from, again, 100 yards and hitting the giant piece of paper is different than 70% from 10 yards and hitting the bullseye, or anything, any 50 variables that go into it. So I ask for a yes vote on this amendment, and thank the good senator from Thornton for the conversation.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, once again, heard this, and I distinctly remember in committee, in fact, I think I asked it of one of the firearms instructors. There's a lot of instances where the firearms CCW instructors testified that that there are students that number one, they will turn down. They will turn down students, and there are students that when they're halfway through or part of the way through, they realize, the instructors realize that, hey, this person probably shouldn't be carrying concealed, and they will politely say, look, I can't help you. You need to go somewhere else. So the point being is that the instructors are trying to do the right thing, because their name is on the certificate. It's not just pass-fail. They want their students to be proficient, whether it's at the range, to know the safe use of a firearm, the assembly and disassembly of the firearm, how to clean the firearm, how to treat the firearm, all aspects of that. So, back to the point of this amendment, I think it makes good sense, and would respectfully ask for an aye vote.
Just for the record, we didn't hear anything about Senator Van Winkle's or Liston's algebra scores in high school, but we'll go to a vote. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L014. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, once again, we're having a good, informative, lively discussion about House Bill 1174 and concealed carry. We've already had a good discussion about the cost and the proficiency, whether it should be at if 70% is too much or too little, and so forth. Right now, a permit is valid for 5 years, which sounds reasonable, but really not that much changes in 5 years. When I took the class, gosh, a number of years ago, and I've had my permit renewed, it really didn't, nothing has changed about me or the firearm that I have. I still remember when you get it renewed, it's not a great hardship. So with that in mind, I do have another amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L016?
L16 amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L016 to House Bill 1174.
To the amendment.
Very good. What this does, members, is that it just changes the length of time of the permit from 5 years to 10 years from the date of issue. So it's adding 5 years. And why are we doing that? Well, there's a lot of instances where you get something done and it lasts for 10 years or more. I'll give you some examples. Number one, if you get a passport, which many of us have a passport, that's 10 years. It's valid for 10 years. And actually people's physical appearance can change somewhat in 10 years. And that's from the federal government, and you just don't get a passport just for the sake of it. If you've ever gotten a passport, it's pretty extensive. I think the global entry, through airports and stuff, I think that's for 10 years. For our good people who are in the rural Colorado and in the farming and ranching, you have the Conservation Reserve Program, commonly known as CRP. It's granted from the federal government. That's 10 years. For people that have had what's called a colonoscopy, that's good for 10 years. Ouch, I heard some ouches. Someone's not meant to clear the room, but that lasts for 10 years. So, and most people would agree if they could last for 20 years, they'd say, hallelujah, that's fine with me. But I'm just giving you some examples of things, so it's not unusual. So all this little amendment does, it just changes the permit validation period from 5 years to 10 years, and I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the good senator from El Paso County, for bringing this amendment. I'm going to ask for a no vote on Amendment L016. It's currently at 5 years right now with your concealed carry permit, is what it's at. And so, in the stakeholding that we did and the changes that we made, this was not one of the asks or one of the suggestions to extend that to 10 years. And we do think it is a good idea to have those refresher courses and make sure that education is most up to date. And I think that 5-year mark is the right mark, and it's the current mark that we have for current concealed carry. And so I would ask for a no vote on Amendment L016.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will ask for a yes vote on this because a concealed carry permit isn't actually, it's not something that is guaranteed for 5 years, or under this amendment, it would be 10 years. In fact, this amendment being run by the good senator from Colorado Springs encouraged me to get my own permit out. Now, a lot of people in the state of Colorado don't think they should have to ask for permission of the government in order to carry out a constitutional right, and so many never get their concealed carry permit. I chose to for very specific reasons years ago, and I have renewed it at one time. And how mine goes, it says Douglas County, Colorado, concealed handgun permit, and it's got a permit number. It's got an expiration date under. It's got a very handsome picture right there. And then many details, just like a driver's license would have: date of birth, date issued, your height, weight, hair, eyes blue, sex male. And then it says, actually, on the other side, it says this person is authorized by the county sheriff's office to carry a concealed handgun pursuant to CRS 1812-203, 1, which is actually the where this bill is going to be altering that CRS. Now, there's something very important on every concealed carry permit that many people in this body may not know about, and it's that every concealed carry permit also features this statement. It says, "This permit is a property of the sheriff's office. Any law enforcement officer who believes this carrier is in violation of CRS 1812-203, again, the criteria, and that is a criteria for obtaining a permit, which we are making harder with this bill, or we are increasing, beefing up the criteria for obtaining a permit. It said, any law enforcement officer believes the carrier is in violation of CRS 1812-203 has the authority to confiscate the permit and return it to the above address. So that means that any given day, you can lose your concealed carry permit. I know there's people running even for Congress right now who had a violation with while carrying their firearm. Firearm. I'm sorry. My fire alarms have been going off at the house. It's very annoying. But if you are caught, for example, and this is just random, if you're caught drinking while carrying your firearm, you lose this permit, and you lose it that day. It's probably the very first thing a sheriff would do when booking you or arresting you, because that is a violation. If you violate any of the aspects of Colorado firearm law, you could lose your permit. So what this amendment does, it says instead of having to renew it because you've done nothing wrong, you still fulfill all requirements of CRS 1812-203, even after we amend it in this bill. You are able to, as a law-abiding citizen, nothing has changed, you haven't been arrested, you haven't been caught drinking while you're carrying your firearm, you haven't 15 other things that you have to do to be a responsible firearm carrier and a concealed carry permit holder. You've done nothing wrong, and so allow it to be 10 years instead of 5 years. That makes total sense, and at any point during that 10 years, you violate CRS 1812-203, the entire statute about the requirements for being a concealed carry permit holder at any time in those 10 years, or now it's 5 years and want to make it 10 years, that permit goes away like that. So I ask for a yes vote. Let's save people a little money and the time and the effort and the months-long waiting to get your permit reissued when you've done absolutely nothing wrong, when you have been a good citizen upholding all requirements of the CRS Title 18 code in terms of the requirements to conceal carry. So I ask for a yes vote. Thank you to the good senator from Colorado Springs for bringing this thoughtful amendment. I hope it is adopted, and I urge a yes vote of the body.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L016. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. To the bill, Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems like we have Groundhog Day here. But no, really, this is good. I commend the good senator from Thornton for being a good sponsor and allowing us to have a good, thorough conversation of this important topic for the people who are, once again, just trying to do the right thing, do it correctly, do it legally, do it safely, do it responsibly, by being a carrier of a concealed firearm. I think a lot of people are learning, we've all learned more about the concealed carry process just today than we've probably learned over the last 5 or 10 years. Members, we're all supportive of our men and women who are in the armed forces. They put themselves in harm's way day in and day out. As we speak, I think I just saw on the news, correct me if I'm wrong, is that did we lose 3 members over in the Middle East, or was it? Anyways, everywhere where the men and women serve, they are putting themselves in harm's way, and no matter what rank they are, and all of them go through very extensive firearms training. That's part of the regimen, whether you're a clerk or you're a frontline soldier on the lines, is that you know how to treat and respect and use a firearm, and they do so safely day in and day out. So part of the reason we have Military Appreciation Day, we want to appreciate our veterans, our men and women who sacrifice for us each and every day. So with that in mind, I do have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment L017?
L17 amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Amendment L017 to House Bill 1174.
To the amendment.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, what this does is it just, the bottom line is that for any person who is an active member of the armed forces or is a veteran of our armed forces, that's Marines, Army, Navy, Coast Guard, Air Force, if you are an active member of the armed forces or a veteran, God bless them all. Put in a plug, my father was a World War II bomber pilot. My uncle was a Marine aviator during World War II. And my brother-in-law, you've maybe heard say this, he did 200 missions over North Vietnam, and they were shooting at him every time, which, by the way, he carried a firearm. All of the pilots carry a firearm, even when they have to jump out of the airplane or they get shot down or blown out of the airplane. So all this amendment is that there will be no fee for the members till 2040. It just kind of pays homage to their service. Anybody knows how to treat a firearm, it's our men and women in uniform. They go through extensive training, qualifications year after year, and I think it's the least we can do is to pay homage to their service by giving them a little bit of a break, that they don't have to pay this fee for a number of few years. So it's the least we can do. I urge an aye vote on Amendment L017.
Any discussion on the amendment, Senator Mullica?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the good senator from El Paso County. I was talking to the drafter a little bit, and I'll preface anything by saying that I agree with a lot of the words that the good senator from El Paso County, Colorado Springs, said, and thank you to our armed forces for their service. I think in the bill, what you do see, though, is that you see the fee is uniformed. It's not treated differently by what anyone does for a living. And I think the other aspect that I just want to be clear on is that these fees are often set at that local level, at that sheriff level, and then the actual cost of the course is set by the individual instructor and the costs that are associated with that instructor. And so, I definitely appreciate the context, and I definitely think this is maybe a conversation to have down the road, and would love to continue that conversation with you, because I do think that we need to find ways to honor the folks who have sacrificed and served our country. But I think that doing it this way is rather complicated because of how the fees are implemented at that local level from the sheriff, and then obviously from a private standpoint and a private industry standpoint with the private instructors, they're obviously setting the cost of their courses as well. And so I think for that reason, I would ask for a no vote on Amendment L17, very respectfully and obviously understanding and appreciating where the good senator from Colorado Springs is coming from.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, members, just to be perfectly clear, at least my interpretation, what we want in this amendment. We're not asking for the fees to be waived for the tuition from the private instructor. That rightfully should probably be paid for. We're just looking for the renewal fees at the local sheriff's level. If it varies, I forget what it is in my county. I renewed, I think it was, I want to say $35 or whatever it was. So we're not talking immense amount of money here, but I want to be perfectly clear to the good senator that we're not asking to waive the tuition fees and all the miscellaneous fees that I think the veterans, they're happy to pay that. But the renewal fees, whether it's $50 or $75 or $35, that's really the intent of this amendment. I would be, if the good senator would be willing to support the amendment, we can work out the details. But that's all we're asking for in Amendment L017. Thank you.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the good senator from Colorado Springs for bringing the amendment. It does make sense. I actually looked it up while we were in debate here, how many states of the Union are currently known as constitutional carry states, as in it is free for those citizens. They don't need to jump through hoops. They don't need to take a test if they don't want to. They don't need to go to the government, go to their local sheriff's office and ask permission and provide all the support and stuff that a Colorado citizen has to do. It's $52, I believe, $52.50 right now for an application for a concealed carry permit, and it is a fee. It is not. It's not a tax. That is a conversation, of course, we have very often in the Finance Committee, and I believe we'll be having here. It's a fee because what you're paying for is you're paying, for the FBI, the amount of cost it takes for the FBI to go through and do your background check. You're paying the CBI, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, to do the same thing for the cost of that. And you're paying your local sheriff's office to do the fingerprints, because you got to get your fingerprints taken, and the instant check system, and all those add up to $52.50. Now, again, 29 states of the union. If you live in one of those 29 states, you don't need to do any of that. You don't need to pay any of those fees. It's free to every citizen that is over the age of 18 or to exercise your constitutional carry right. Colorado is not one of those 29 states. Colorado is one of the states that there are fees in order to conceal carry a firearm, and there are checks and there are proof of certification, things like that is already required in the state of Colorado. What this amendment does is it essentially exempts out one very specific class of citizen, and it's active duty military and veterans. And I don't believe it includes, reading the amendment here, if I could. If a veteran has been dishonorably discharged, it would not apply to them because it says U.S. Armed Forces or is a veteran as defined by Section 28.5, 100.3, and that defines who is eligible as a defined veteran. It does not include a dishonorably discharged veteran, so that's not an issue. But again, if you're a citizen of 29 states of the union, you never have to pay any of these fees for anyone. What this amendment does is saying at the very least, as a citizen of Colorado, as an active duty military or an honorably discharged veteran, we're going to give you a pass on paying those fees here too. I think it is altogether makes sense. It's one small gesture that the state of Colorado can pay to our active duty military and those veterans who honorably served and were honorably discharged. So thank you, Senator Liston of Colorado Springs. I know you have many veterans in your district, as do I, and I'm always looking to take care of them, as do you, on a daily basis, always fighting for veterans and active duty, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the amendment, and I hope this is one that we will be able to accept today. Thank you.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question before us is the option of Amendment L017. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it, and that amendment is lost. Further discussion of the bill? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate your leadership, especially your patience is sometimes running over to grab a drink of water or something, or getting an amendment. But it brings us back to the topic of the bill. I wish I had brought with me my Title 18 statutes because, again, this is going in between 1812-201 and 1812-203, both which are pertinent, and this is changing 202 in the middle there regarding the statute. So I may go grab my statute book and be back in just a moment. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, we've been talking about this bill, the concealed carry, and, you know, under the current law, our concealed carry permits, I have about everyone I know has one. But these individuals demonstrate competence with their handguns, with firearm safety, all kinds of things. We're talking about the qualification and the competency, but that can be demonstrated in several ways, from the training classes to, you know, everything from your instructor's signature on your permit, but and the renewal and all that. But on this bill, I think because they do show people that have these handgun and concealed carry permits do show competency in about every aspect that we've been talking about in this entire bill, I'd like to offer amendment.
Okay, there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L021?
L21, amendment Rand Gross. Bill
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I move Amendment L021 to House Bill 1174.
To the amendment.
So basically what this amendment does, Mr. Chair, and to my colleagues out there is that, you know, under Colorado revised statutes on private firearm transfers, that's under Title 18, 1812-112, about the sale, the private transfers and sale and purchases and the background checks. We all know about background checks. What my amendment does is says that since these are competent people that already hold these permits, a transfer to a person who holds a permit to carry a concealed handgun issue pursuant to Part 2 of this section, Article 12, is that the provisions of this section do not apply to them. They can transfer to a person who holds a valid permit to carry a concealed handgun. I'd ask for an aye vote.
Was that 21 or 20?
21. 21, yeah.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the good senator from Newcastle. Digesting this right now. So the title, the short title of the bill is concerning permits to carry a concealed handgun. What I'm reading here in Amendment L21 is around the transfer of firearms. And so I'm not seeing the connection here in regards to what we're doing with the bill or the actual title of the bill. And so, Mr. Chair, I would request a title ruling on Amendment L21.
Title ruling has been requested. We will be in a senatorial 5. Okay, the Senate will come back to order. After review, the chair rules that Amendment L021 falls outside of the title. Further discussion of the bill. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It appears you didn't like that one. But under the but under the same thing about this with the competency of the people that have these concealed carry permits and all that, I would like to run another amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L020?
L20, amendment Gross Bill. Page
Senator
13.
Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move Amendment L020 to House Bill 1174.
To the amendment.
So what this amendment does is that, we talked about you already have a background check, and so my last amendment was about background checks. So the provisions of this section didn't apply because you had a valid concealed carry handgun permit. And this amendment 020 is about the sale of a firearm to a person who holds a valid permit to carry a concealed handgun. So what it is this section doesn't apply to those, and this is about waiting periods. So the 72-hour waiting period. So if I have a concealed carry permit, I should be exempt from the 3-day waiting period, because the assumption there is that if I have a concealed carry permit, I probably obviously have other firearms, and I'm not purchasing a firearm in a hurry to go do something bad. That means I have probably multiple firearms at my residence or stored properly in my vehicle under a locked key, and long guns and handguns, and have everything locked up good. But what this does, it would exempt, because you have a concealed carry permit, no waiting period. And so we have to, because of our laws, we have the waiting period, we have, the background check. Well, if you have a concealed carry, you already have a background check. You've been backgrounded many times. Same thing with the waiting period. So what this amendment does is saying that the waiting period for firearm sales, that you're exempt because you're already in possession of a concealed carry handgun issued permit under Article 12. So with that, I would ask that an aye vote for Amendment L020.
He did. Oh, okay. Further discussion on the Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate the good senator from Newcastle for bringing this amendment, which clearly is within Title 18 -12. And it deals with the sale of a firearm to a person who holds a valid permit and concealed carry. So it essentially, the waiting period, for those of you who don't know, what this amendment deals with is a bill that was passed, I believe it was last year, that requires a waiting permit. I think it was last year. And this bill is actually in court right now regarding the constitutionality of it. I know there's one group, I believe, NRA isn't part of it, but RMGO has brought forth a suit and is going through the process right now challenging this entire section of statute. So what this does is it basically says if you got your concealed carry, and it actually doesn't amend the bill whatsoever, it doesn't delete anything from the bill, it still says you have to meet all the criteria of current law plus all the new criteria in House Bill 1174 being laid out. And if you meet all that criteria, you've done your written exercise test, you passed it with flying colors, you've done your live fire exercises, you achieved that 70% from a completely arbitrary distance. You've jumped through all the hoops, you don't use alcoholic beverages overly much, you aren't taking controlled substances, all the requirements, and plus all the new ones in this bill. It's still allowing all those. It says if you've done all that, then you can receive your new firearm that you have purchased at the time in which you've passed your CBI, Colorado Bureau of Investigation background check, and your FBI background check. Once you pass those two, once they say, yes, this person is a law-abiding, upstanding citizen, both the FBI and CBI come back with that. And they've gone through all the hoops of the current criteria for obtaining a permit, plus all this new stuff. They can then receive their firearm, and they don't need the arbitrary 3 days. Sometimes it takes 3 days, actually, to get your background check completed, and sometimes it takes 4 hours. So what this amendment does, it's very logical to me that someone's already jumped through a tremendous amount of hoops. They've taken the written test, they've taken live fire tests, they've paid an instructor for good instruction to be proficient. They've done all that, so they should be able to get their firearm, and I suspect that a court will soon be issuing a determination that the original statute, Section 9, 18, 12, 115, is probably not constitutional anyway. I think that case will probably be resolved. I'm not sure when. Of course, it will take some time, but I do see the plaintiffs being victorious in it and throwing out this entire section of statute. But in the meantime, at least it says if you've jumped through all those hoops, you can obtain your firearm, which has been the case historically in Colorado since the foundation of our state, once you pass those background checks. I ask for a yes vote. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the good senator from Newcastle, for bringing another amendment. And I just want to be clear, when we're talking about the title, we're talking about the title of the bill. And the title of the bill is concerning permits to carry a concealed handgun. I would venture to argue that Amendment L20 does not necessarily fit under that title. Appreciate, the conversation and the debate, but I would, Mr. Chair, I would request a title ruling on Amendment L20.
A title ruling has been requested. We will be in a senatorial 5. The chair has determined that Amendment L020 falls outside of the title. Is there further discussion of House Bill 1174? Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask for a no vote on this bill. Unlike there's 29 states of the union that you don't need to do anything in order to exercise your constitutional right to conceal a handgun for self-defense. We are not one of those 29. In fact, we are going the opposite direction, making it dramatically harder. We're treating the Second Amendment as if it's a second-class right, and I ask for a no vote on this bill.
Further discussion. Senator Will.
I also ask for no vote on the bill.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of House Bill 1174. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and 1174 is passed. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until Monday, April 22nd.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. And the ayes have it. We will lay over the rest of the calendar until Monday. Senator Winter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to rise and report.
The motion is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. We'll rise and report.
Senate will come back to order. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
April 19, 2024. Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendation thereon. House Bill 1266 is amended. House Bill 1348 is amended. House Bill 1174 passed on second reading and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1230, House Bill 1121, Senate Bill 130, House Bill 1057 is amended. Senate Bill 41 laid over until April 22nd, 2024, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption of the report.
The motion is adoption of the committee of the whole report. Are there any no votes? Oh. There's an amendment on the desk. Will the clerk? Senatorial 5 has been requested and granted.
There is an amendment at the desk. We could be done by now. Will the clerk please? Will the clerk please mark Senators Janal and Colker as excused? Will the clerk please read Amendment 1 to House Bill 1348?
S1, Senator Liston, move to
Senator
amend the
Liston.
report.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move the Cow Amendment 001 to House Bill 1348.
To the amendment.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we had a good, robust debate this morning about safe storage in automobiles. We did good work, some good work on Amendment L57, which modestly, very modestly, increased a penalty. We used the stick approach just a little bit for somebody who steals a firearm. We took it from a Class 3 misdemeanor to a Class 1 misdemeanor, which is definitely deserved. The good senator from Frisco and I proposed that amendment, and I proposed Amendment L058. There, unfortunately, are some bad people out there that they're not satisfied with stealing a firearm out of a vehicle once. They've already had their hand slapped very minorly. So they come back and they steal again a second or a third time. So what Cow Amendment 001 does is it puts a little more teeth into it, and we're trying to set an example here that that if you steal firearms out of somebody's car, that it should be more than a hand slap and more than 60, 90 days or so in jail. So what this amendment does, Cow Amendment 1, is it ups it for people who have multiple offenses, They've stolen firearms and been convicted at least twice, maybe 3 times or more. That becomes a Class 6 felony, which means a minimum of 1 year in prison or jail to a maximum of 18 months in jail, and there is no monetary fine. You do the crime, you'll do the time. So there again, we're trying to set an example here that don't steal firearms from somebody's vehicle, and let's put some teeth into it. Let's use, we've tried the carrot approach, and that doesn't seem to work. So let's use a little bit of the stick. We're not throwing away forever. We're just asking that it be upped a little bit to a Class 6 felony, which is the lowest rung on the felony. So I ask for an aye vote on Cow Amendment number 1.
Further discussion, Mr. Minority Leader.
I rise in support of the amendment. Fewer vegetables, more steak. Oh, excuse me, fewer vegetables, more stick.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, colleagues. I rise in support of this Cow Amendment, and I just want to explain sort of how it follows with what was done in the Cow. We adopted L064 that I offered, which made the first offense of stealing a firearm from a vehicle a Class 1 misdemeanor if it's $2,000 or less. If it's more than $2,000, it would already be at a higher level under current statute. This is to propose that after you've been convicted of that crime and then you do it again or again or again, that it's a slightly higher penalty is not unlike many other crimes in state statute already, where the first offense is a lower level, and then if there's a pattern of doing the same offense, that there is a heightened penalty. So this does follow logically with other parts of Colorado statute in criminal law. We heard from the bill sponsors, the sponsor, about why this bill as a whole is important, because stolen guns contribute significantly to gun crime in our state. A lot of the gun crime that happens is used with stolen firearms. And so if we do want to try to continue to prevent stolen firearm crime, we do need to make sure that we are looking at both sides of this equation. Of course, making it harder for somebody to steal a gun, but once somebody has already done the criminal act of stealing firearms, it does follow logically that we would mirror other parts of criminal law and have a heightened penalty for repeat offenses.
Further discussion, Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. We actually did this amendment earlier during the bill discussion, and we believe that this goes a step too far. We already upped the penalty for theft, so I'm asking for a no vote on this Cal amendment.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, yes, we had a different amendment. For the first time that you've stolen and been caught, yeah, we upped the penalty minorly, very minimally. We went from a Class 3 misdemeanor to a Class 1. I can tell you what the difference is. I think the good senator from Frisco went over it. It's not like we're what we did with his/my amendment. It's not like we're throwing people in prison forever. Right now, under current law, if you're caught, it's a $300 fine, and yet in this bill, for the owner of the firearm and you had it stolen, it's a $500. So you're the victim and you're paying more than the perpetrator. So under our amendment, yes, we've upped it minimally, but for those people who just don't learn, or they'll never learn, they go, hey, I don't mind paying a $500 fine. I had to serve 60 or 90 days in jail, and they probably didn't have to do that. So they go back and they steal again, or again and again, and they're caught. It shouldn't be just another slap on the hand. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. So all this does is it ups it there again minimally to a Class 6 felony that you have to serve some time. Let's get them off the streets. Let's not let them roam free. And again and again, let's not be soft on crime. Let's show them that we mean business. And this shows them that we do. I respectfully ask for an aye vote on Cal number 1.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question, because I missed the initial debate in regards to this motion. How would this intersect with the policy change this body made last year regarding theft of a vehicle?
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're having a public Senate Judiciary Committee hearing, I guess. No, I appreciate the question. I think the good senator from Denver's question is where, with regards to the crime of theft, in current statute, the severity of the charge is based on the value of the item stolen. Last year, this body, the legislature as a whole, passed a bill that made theft of a vehicle a felony offense regardless of the value of the vehicle, and sort of put car theft in a separate category. So to your question, the amendment that I offered, L064, that was adopted by the Committee of the Whole, made it so that regardless of the value of the firearm, up to $2,000, it will be charged as a Class 1 misdemeanor if it's stolen. Anything above $2,000 will already be a higher level of severity under current theft statute. So I do suppose, to answer your question, we have now we created a separate category for motor vehicle theft last year, and in this bill, if the amendment is retained from the committee of the whole, we would be creating a separate category for firearm theft that is between $0 and $2,000. I think acknowledging what the sponsor said in her opening statement about this bill, the need to prevent firearm theft because of its logical connection to gun crimes.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. And another question. If this were to be adopted, and if the thing of value that was stolen was a vehicle, but there was no mens rea, meaning no knowledge that there were also other stolen goods, how would that play out?
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. And to the good senator from Denver, just so we're clear, we're on the good senator from Colorado Springs cow amendment, but some pinch hitting here. As far as is your question about if somebody stole a vehicle and it had a firearm in it?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not a simple country
Senator
lawyer.
Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not a simple country lawyer, but if you've stolen somebody's car and there's firearms in it, and there's other valuables in it, logic to me, you've stolen all of that, and it would be subject to further penalties. You're not just stealing the car; you've stolen other valuable items. So I would think that that there would be further repercussions.
Senator Gonzalez.
I would ask for an aye vote on cow number 1.
Thank you. I appreciate the request for an aye vote. Do you have any data about how many of the crimes that are stolen, in regards to theft of these instruments being stolen from vehicles?
Just a reminder, we speak through the presiding officer, not to each other directly when we are debating.
Thank you.
Further discussion on this amendment. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a comment. There's a lot of cheap cars with very expensive firearms in them, and sometimes vice versa.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I asked for data.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I suppose the opposite could also be true. Is there data showing that this is not an issue facing the people of Colorado, stolen firearms from cars?
Senator Gonzalez.
It's not my amendment, respectfully. So I'm asking the sponsor of the amendment if he has any data.
The motion before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to House Bill 1348. Are there any no votes? Senators Coleman, Exum, Gonzalez, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Danielson, Cutter, Marchman, Sullivan, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Priola, Jaquez Lewis, Winter. Please add the president. With a vote of 17 ayes, 14 no, 0 absent, 4 excused, the amendment is lost. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 3?
S003, Senator Will move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following will floor amendment, L60, to House Bill 1348 did pass. Amendment in Gross Bill, page 3, lines 13 and 14,
Senator
strike
Will.
operations.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment S003.
To the amendment.
So what this amendment was, we had a long discussion about it. And this was about our farmers and ranchers and our private landowners and livestock producers out there in the rural parts of Colorado. And it was about the person, obviously in the law, they can carry the firearm on their property without being under this storage requirement that's in the bill. We were asking that, during formal operations, that we change it from the person's private farm, that they're also doing it in the operation of their ranch or farm, that they can carry that farm and don't have to do the storage when they leave their property and go to the neighbor's property. There was many examples given about crossing over, and we did accept an amendment on leased property, but it's a private property right, as well as just making some sense out of the bill as far as transporting a firearm. So I would ask for an aye vote on this Cal amendment.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we saw this amendment earlier. It would take all the hard work that we did to try to help the ranch and farming exceptions of the bill, take that out, and would just put in the word operations. That means anything. That means going into town, that means going to the post office, that means places where firearms can be stolen at a more likely rate. So this undoes what we're trying to do with the bill, is to keep guns safe in the unintended vehicle when the vehicle is locked, when the firearm is in a locked container. So this is too broad. Operations could mean anything. So I'm asking for a no vote on Cal Amendment 3.
Further discussion on Cal Amendment 3. Seeing none, the motion for the body is the adoption of Cal Amendment 3 to House Bill 1348. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Mullica, Exum, Coleman, Gonzalez, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Danielson, Winter, Marchman, Sullivan, Priola, Jaquez Lewis. Buckner, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Henriksen, Bridges, Sullivan. Please add the president. With a vote of 14 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, the amendment is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cal Amendment 2?
S2, Senator Will move
Senator
to
Will.
amend.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment S002, House Bill 1348.
To the amendment.
So what this amendment does, in the third page of the bill, and they're talking about what the section doesn't apply to, about the storage of these firearms, is that a peace officer acting within the scope of the officer's duties is exempt. And what my amendment does is make sure that this applies to a retired law enforcement officer who was a law enforcement officer, even in another state, and that was certified or otherwise accredited by a body in that state that certifies or otherwise accredits law enforcement officers. So basically a post-certified officer in another state. And obviously, for a peace officer here, post-certified peace officer, in the scope of their duties in Colorado are exempt. But I think other law enforcement officers that have the competency to carry these firearms and do the right things with firearms and are safe with them and know how to store them are also exempt in this bill. And we talked about, it's kind of ironic, but the hunting exemption of if you're in a season, you can be from out of state. So let's say it's an out of state retired officer, he's fine when he's out here hunting elk, but he's not if he's just out here vacationing. So, it's just ironic that the bill, it's so unenforceable, this entire bill, but this amendment does help, I think, especially with our retired officers and enforcement officers that do know what they're doing and how to handle firearms, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Senator Hawkins Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, we did see this amendment before also. The issue here is we did do some exemptions for peace officers because we know that peace officers here in Colorado, we know their training, we know their certification, we know their internal policies. As I was talking with my own police chief, he said, we have serious internal policies that dictate that firearms will not be in sight. The problem with this Cow amendment is that this is specific to law enforcement officers from another state. We don't know what other states do. We don't know their training. We don't know that certification. That's why this amendment would not make sense for this bill. So I'm asking for a no vote for Cow Amendment 2.
Further discussion? Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 2 to House Bill 1348. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Roberts, Mullica, Exum, Coleman, Gonzalez, Zenzinger, Bridges, Sullivan, Hinrichsen, Michelson, Janae, Cutter, Marchman, Danielson, Priola, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Winter, Hawkins Lewis, Buckner. Please have the president. With a vote of 11 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, the amendment is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 1 to House Bill 1174?
S001, Senator Liston moves to amend the report of the committee of the whole.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move Cow Amendment 1 to House Bill 1174.
To the amendment.
Members, we had a good discussion and debate. What this amendment does is that it gives an exemption for our active military men and women and veterans from having to pay the renewal fees. You know, every year we have Military Appreciation Day, and we talk about how wonderful the veterans are. We thank them for their service. We say how great they are. We appreciate their sacrifices. But talk is cheap. This is something that we can do. We can actively show that we greatly appreciate the sacrifices of what our men and women in uniform, both past, current, and present, where they put themselves in harm's way to protect us. We all know we've had relatives, or uncles, or mothers, or fathers. Some of us have, some of us haven't. But I go back to to my brother-in-law. If I've said it once, I say it again because I know what my brother-in-law went through. He was a fighter pilot in Vietnam. He did 2 100-mission tours over North Vietnam, 2 different times. Every time he flew over North Vietnam, they were shooting at him every time. He got shot down once. His best buddy spent 6 years in the Hanoi Hilton, amongst the others. I have met these heroes from Vietnam on numerous occasions. They carried sidearms, not that it did them any good, flying an aircraft at 20, 30,000 feet when SAM missiles are blowing up around you. It's the least we can do to show our respect and thank you, be it for my brother-in-law, God bless him, who is still alive, and he didn't have to spend 6 years in the Hanoi Hilton, to say, hey, we trust you. We trust you with a multi-million-dollar aircraft to protect ourselves, our men and women out there each and every day, whether they're in an aircraft or on a ship or on the land, and to say minimally, thank you. You've gone through firearms training year in and year out to protect us so that we can have a comfortable life and enjoy the freedoms that you're putting yourselves out there. You're taking low pay. You have hardship duties. You're in a harsh environment. It's the least we can do is to say, hey, if you have a concealed carry, we're going to give you an exemption for a few years so you don't have to pay the renewal fee, whether it's $35 or $50 or whatever it is. It's minimal. Say, talk is cheap. This is the opportunity for each and every one of us to step forward and to say thank you and make it meaningful to our veterans who are out there in the cold environments, in the heat of the Middle East, in the skies, wherever they may be, they're out there protecting us. I urge and I vote on Cow Amendment 1 to 1174. Thank you.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the good senator from Colorado Springs. Members, I would ask for a no vote on Cow Amendment 1. We debated this during the bill, and while I share in my love of our service members with the good senator from Colorado Springs and appreciate the service that they've given to our country, it's not as simple as this amendment seems with the sheriffs and the localities, the ones that are actually collecting this fee, coupled with the fact that the bill doesn't necessarily call out any profession, and so and it's pretty uniform when it does come to the fee. And so while I appreciate where the good senator is coming from, I would ask for a no vote on Amendment 1.
Motion before the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to House Bill 1174. Are there any no votes? Senators Marchman, Danielson, Hansen, Exum, Coleman, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Gonzalez, Priola, Winter, Zenzinger, Bridges, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Henriksen, Mullica. Please add the president. With a vote of 12 ayes, 19 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, the amendment is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 2 to House Bill 1174?
SR2, Senator Van Winkle will move to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show
Senator
the
Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 2.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We thoroughly discussed this amendment earlier. This is the one that would eliminate the open book written exam that requires an 80% score. That is was thoroughly discussed earlier. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the good senator from Highlands Ranch. Members, we did debate this. We do want some parameters put in here and making sure that those who are obtaining their concealed carry permit can meet certain thresholds and understand the content. And so I would ask for a no vote on Amendment 2.
Motion before the body is the adoption of Cal Amendment 2 to House Bill 1174. Are there any no votes? Senators Exum, Roberts, Hanson, Marchman, Danielson, Coleman, Gonzalez, Priola, Winter, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Bridges, Zenzinger, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Mullica, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Buckner, Hendrickson. Please have the president. With a vote of 11 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, the amendment is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cal Amendment 3 to House Bill 1174?
S003,
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 3.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. This was debated at length earlier. It removes the instructor verification piece of the bill. Right now, an instructor must ask permission in order to teach a class prior to teaching the class, and then the citizen must ask permission from the government after going through that instructor's course to receive their concealed carry permit. Again, the Second Amendment is not a second class right that arbitrary and burdensome regulations should be added to above that of public safety. And I ask for a yes vote because these instructors are very diligent, but they're very good, and they shouldn't have to ask permission to teach the course.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the good senator from Highlands Ranch. Members, this removes that verification by the sheriff for the instructor. I think that's an important piece of the bill. It was debated. I ask for a no vote on Cal Amendment 3.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this doesn't remove everything. It doesn't remove what's already a long-standing statute in the state of Colorado. There's already very thorough statutes covering what an instructor must and must not do. This is just one extra step, so I ask for a yes vote.
Motion before the body is the adoption of Cal Amendment 3 to House Bill 1174. Are there any no votes? Senators Hanson, Roberts, Exum, Majority Leader Rodriguez, Coleman, Gonzalez, Priola, Danielson, Winter, Marchman, Zenzinger, Bridges, Sullivan, Cutter, Michelson Janae, Jaquez Lewis, Hendrickson, Buckner, Mullica. Please have the president. With a vote of 11 ayes, 20 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, the amendment is lost. There's an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cal Amendment 4 to House Bill 1174?
S004, Senator Van Winkle, move to amend the report of the committee of the whole.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal Amendment 4.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. What this does is it strikes perhaps the most arbitrary and silly thing of the bill, which is that 70% score. Again, the bill doesn't define what you're getting 70% of. It doesn't say if it's a target at 10 feet. It doesn't say if it's a target at 150 feet. It doesn't say if it needs to hit the target or the piece of paper or anything. It doesn't say if it needs to be the center of the target or the piece of paper that is this big from 10 feet or a target that is this big from 100 feet. It's 70% of nothingness. It's silly, and we should trust the instructors to determine who is competent to carry a firearm and who is not, and then to instruct them wisely there afterwards. Thank you.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, the good senator from Highlands Ranch. And we had a robust debate on this issue in regards to 70% and what that means and potentially what it's meant in the past. And so, you know, I think when you do look at the bill, there is leeway in there for the instructor, but we do want to make sure that that an individual knows how to handle a firearm, and I think that we need to have a number in there to truly show that and have the instructor be able to verify that. And so I ask for a no vote on Cow Amendment number 4.
Motion for the body is the adoption of Cow Amendment 4 to House Bill 1174. Are there any no votes? Senators Hansen, Roberts, Exum, Coleman, Gonzalez, Zenzinger, Bridges, Sullivan, Jaquez Lewis, Michelson Janae, Cutter, Marchman, Danielson, Winter, Malika, Priola, Buckner. Please have the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 18 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, the amendment is lost. Motion before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Baisley, Pelton R., Pelton B., Gardner, Liston, Minority Leader Lundin. With a vote of 22 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. House Bill 1266 is amended. House Bill 1348 is amended. 1174 passed and second read order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1230, 1121, Senate Bill 130, House Bill 1057 is amended. Senate Bill 41 laid over until April 22nd and retaining their place on the calendar. Consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1413?
House Bill 1413 by Representatives Byrd and Taggart and Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges concerning transfers from funds that include severance tax revenue and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1413.
Is there any explanation of the committee? Senator Kirkmeyer.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the bill that includes the severance tax revenue that we are transferring over to help cover the Capital Development Construction Fund projects. We had an amendment on the bill by the good senator from El Paso County and the good senator from Loveland. After going through this in our conference committee, we realized that we had some snafus. We aren't able to actually do it this year because we just couldn't get it figured out. We didn't do it the right way. And we had discussions with the good senator from El Paso County, and he agreed to go ahead and essentially withdraw his amendment or say he was willing to let it go and that he will work on a bill for next year. So we greatly appreciate that from the good senator from El Paso County. And we ask for an aye vote on this conference committee, on this
Is there any discussion?
report. Thank you.
Seeing none, the motion before the body is the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1413. Are there any no votes?
Go ahead.
With a vote of 31 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1413 is adopted. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The only JBC bill that I will be asking for a vote on this year. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1413.
1413?
Is there any
1413.
discussion?
Okay.
Seeing none, the motion for the body is the repassage of House Bill 1413. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Roberts, Baisley, Pelton R., Liston. With a vote of
It's going to get you, Liston.
26 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, House Bill 1413 is repassed. Co-sponsors.
Thank you, colleagues.
Majority Leader Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move for the reconsideration and of the repassage of Senate Bill 81.
Members, the motion is for the reconsideration of the repassage of Senate Bill 81. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and reconsideration is granted. Consideration of House amendments to Senate bills. Will the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 81?
Senate Bill 81 by Senator Cutter and Representatives Kipp and Rittenell concerning measures to increase protections from perfluoroalkyl and polyfluoroalkyl chemicals.
Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of Senate Bill 81.
Is there any discussion? The motion is for the repassage of Senate Bill 81. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. Are there any other no votes? Anyone who perhaps wasn't here in the chamber previously that now wants to be a no vote? Oh, Senator Kirkmeyer will be recorded as a no vote this time. With a vote of 20 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 4 excused, Senate Bill 81 is repassed. Co-sponsors. By this time, you're probably on it, if you want to be on it. You're on it. Introduction of bills.
House Bill 1346 by Representatives Tatone and McCormick and Senators Hansen and Priola concerning energy and carbon management regulation in Colorado in connection therewith broadening the Energy and Carbon Management Commission's regulatory authority to include regulation of geologic storage operations.
Agriculture and Natural Resources. Signing of bills.
April 19, 2024, the President signed Senate Bills 25, 66, 73, 145, 176, and 177. And House Bills 1012, 1017, 1039, 1060, 1072, 1096, 1225, 1291, 1341, and House Joint Resolutions 1021 and 1022.
Members, we will now be bringing up a special orders calendar. Just kidding, you can go home. Announcements. Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have one quick announcement. I know you all been waiting for bated breath, but next Wednesday and Thursday, the 24th and the 25th, the good senator from Loveland and we are inviting you to the next meetings of the Nuclear Caucus. Nuclear. There's 2 days. You can come either one or both. You're more than welcome. These meetings will be led by the Colorado Nuclear Alliance, which is a private collection of industry professionals, engineers, so forth and so on. She will tell you about what's going to happen over the next couple of the 24th and the 25th.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as a part of the Nuclear Caucus, we're going to have 2 days of presentations. Day one is 3 short presentations on economics of nuclear and the job growth opportunities, economic opportunities and utility of nuclear waste, and advanced fission and fusion energy technology. Day 2 will discuss current developments on different stages. They're not really lunch and learns or snack and learns. But we will be having homemade brownie sundaes. And we want to utilize meetings as a temporary break from legislative business. So please join us, have ice cream and brownies, and we can chat.
Yes, and sandwiches also. So next week, you'll get this on your desk. If you can't make it, send your aide, but I guarantee you'll come away well-fed and informed. Yes, and thank you very much, Mr. President. You all have a good weekend. You deserve it.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. And there was a request for data as we were discussing the last one of the cow amendments, and I was struggling to find it in the paperwork on my desk. I was able to find it. Between 2017 and 2021, an average of 3,330 firearm thefts per year were reported from the citizens of Colorado to their local law enforcement, and that was reported to the FBI in the National Crime Information Center at the federal level. So we have those stats, an average of 3,330 per year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, there are wolves on the Eastern Plains. So this is an article from the Fence Post that was sent to me today. It says, wolf from Great Lakes population confirmed in Elbert County. It was an 86 or 83-pound wolf, 84-pound male wolf that was captured in Elbert County. And all I'm asking for you members is we know what's going on the western slope, and we've been, I know my church and my family have been praying for those ranchers. Please put all the ranchers in Colorado in your prayers for calving season right now. This is gonna get tougher and tougher with all these apex predators are hurting our ranchers all over in the entire state of Colorado. So I just wanted to bring that up, that now we have wolves on the Eastern Plains, and thank you, and pray for our families out there.
Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President, and it is Friday, so I'm going to do the Perry's Pearls of Wisdom. But you know, in our electronic world, and on computers and our phones all the time, so my pearl for today is click less, live more. Thank you.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't know if that was a moment of personal privilege or not, but this is not. The Appropriations Committee will be meeting Tuesday morning next week and likely Friday morning as well. We'll go with 8 a.m. for both of those. So just put it on your calendars. Appropriations Committee Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. and Friday morning, 8 a.m. Enjoy.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess until 3 o'clock today. Colleagues, you do not need to stay. You're just looking for some bills to read across the desk.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will stand in a recess until 3 o'clock today.